Hi, everybody. Looks like we have Trustee Panas, Trustee Lara, and our superintendent. Okay, so we are good to get started. Trustee Phillips is here as well. I don't see Trustee Cuevas yet, but I'm sure she's going to join us shortly. Welcome, everybody. Good evening. I would like to call to order the June 24, 2020 regular meeting of the West Contra Costa Unified School District Board of Education. Again, thank you for joining us this evening. And before we go to our closed session, do we have any public comment?
There is one public comment from TJ Warfield.
Thank you.
Ms. Warfield.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
So it's been 2 weeks since you unanimously voted in the LGBTQ resolution, and we're coming to the end of Pride Month. I spoke before you voted on that resolution, pointing out numerous state and federal laws that this district is violating directly related to LGBTQ rights. I spoke to how my child's rights are being continually violated by the district, being harassed and bullied and not properly protected. Multiple board members specifically stated that they wanted to make sure that we who made public comments knew that we're being heard. President Hernandez further pointed out that someone should follow up with me. Yet it's been 2 weeks. Not a single person from the district has contacted me. Not a single board member, not the superintendent, nor any of the superintendent staff. Not a single district staffer contacted me to say, tell me about your child's experience and the experiences of LGBTQ children, the parents that you've connected with, and how can the district do better. 2 weeks, not a single email or call. Multiple laws being broken, children's civil rights being violated daily, harassment and bullying, and daily failure by the district and district staff to keep them safe, and not a single phone call. Throughout that same meeting, multiple board members pointed out that you all keep voting in the same resolutions every year, but take no action, confirming that your resolutions are truly empty gestures. Since a parent coming to the board with an appeal to address the district breaking laws and violating student civil rights isn't enough to get a single person at the district to pick up a phone, I'm left with only one path forward. Yesterday was the 48th anniversary of Title IX. I'll be honoring that anniversary by speaking to the district in the only way it seems to understand is potential legal action. I'll be submitting district Title IX complaints every week throughout the summer. There's enough laws being broken to submit a complaint every week. For the last question on that complaint form, what steps, if any, have you taken to resolve this issue before filing a complaint? In addition to specific steps for each complaint, I'll be including the full transcript of my 3-minute comment to the 6:10 board meeting, along with the video of that comment to each and every one of those complaints. I'll also be submitting a Title IX federal complaints against the district as a whole and its utter lack of response when multiple violations were brought to its attention. If those complaints don't get traction and there continues to be no action taken or sufficient action by the district, I'll be contacting the ACLU and LGBTQ advocacy and legal action organizations and seeking legal action against the district. I submitted my public comment to the LGBTQ resolution as an appeal to the board to start a conversation. But I believe in that same comment, I said that appealing to the board and district is like screaming into a black hole. Multiple laws broken, civil rights violations brought to your attention, and in 2 weeks, not a peep from the district. How can you as leaders to our district rationalize that? It's baffling. How? Just how?
That concludes public comment.
Thank you, Mr. Walton. And thank you, Ms. Warfield. I have not reached out to you yet. I do want to be clear about that, but I do plan on doing that. So thank you for your comment today. I value your feedback and I look forward to being in conversation with you. Thank you. So since we don't have any more public comment for closed session, we're going to convene for a closed session now, and we're going to be back in open session at 6:30. Thank you, everybody. Hi, everybody. Good evening. I see that Superintendent Duffy is here, Trustee Lara, Trustee Cuevas. So we can go ahead and get started as Trustee Panas and Trustee Phillips join us. Good evening, everybody. Again, thank you for welcoming us. Thank you for coming here today to our meeting. I'd like to welcome you to our June 24, 2020 Board of Education meeting. I'm happy that you're able to join us tonight, and it looks like Mr. Phillips is here and Mr. Panas. So please join me for the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you, everybody. So again, welcome to our Board of Education meeting. We're glad that you can join us today. And I just want to share some of the meeting procedures for our meeting tonight. We continue to work diligently with a focus on serving all of our students and families. And I would like to thank all of the WCCUSD students, families, employees, and the entire WCCUSD community for how you have continued to support each other these past few weeks. Thank you everyone for working with urgency to ensure that children in our communities are safe and healthy during the summer months. Thank you to every student organizing and mobilizing to advocate for themselves and their peers. Thank you to each person participating in task forces and committees. Thank you to each of our volunteers distributing meals. Thank you to each community member having collaborative conversations, advocating for our kids, and thank you to each parent and guardian sharing their feedback with us. Thank you all. I would like to share some basic instructions regarding how we are going to be using Zoom today and involving members of the public. The board has directed staff to allow community members to share their public comment via Zoom again. All board members and the superintendent will be on video throughout the board meeting. Staff members are also present and will be on video. Members of the public will not be on video and will be muted throughout the meeting unless they have raised their hand for public comment. In order to comment on an agenda item at tonight's meeting, members of the public should raise their hand by pressing the raise your hand button on the Zoom app or by pressing *9 by telephone when the board reaches the item on which you want to comment. When we get to the item, a member of district staff will call your name. Comments will be restricted to the amount of time allocated by board policy. Your hand must be raised before the first public comment is read on an agenda item. After the first comment is read, there will be no additional public comments accepted. In order to be recognized to speak, you must be using a first and last name. Thank you. And in Spanish, the same announcement as well. Para hacer un comentario sobre un artículo en la agenda, se le pide al público que por favor levante su mano al presionar el botón de levantar la mano en la aplicación de Zoom o al presionar estrella o asterisco 9 por teléfono cuando lleguemos al artículo del que quiera comentar. Cuando lleguemos a ese artículo en la agenda, un personal del distrito escolar llamará su nombre. Los comentarios serán restringidos al tiempo asignado por las normas de la mesa directiva. Tu mano debe estar levantada antes de que el primer comentario se haga en el artículo. Después de que el primer comentario sea leído, no se aceptarán comentarios adicionales. Para ser reconocido, reconocida o reconocida, hacer un comentario debe usar un nombre completo. Gracias. Y perdón porque tal vez esté tosiendo hoy. And I apologize for any coughs that I have going on today. Thank you, everybody. Thank you for being here. And Mr. Duffy, can we please take roll call?
Yes. President Hernandez-Jarvis.
Present.
Trustee Lara.
Present.
Trustee Phillips.
Present.
Trustee Cuevas.
Here.
Trustee Panis.
Present.
I can't see if we have is Trustee Vasquez on the line? Maybe not tonight. I don't see him.
Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you, Mr. Duffy. So up next, a report out of closed session.
Yes, we have 2 settlement agreements to report out this evening. 2 settlement agreements approved by the board during closed session unanimously. OAH case number 2020-04-0806 and special education case number 01-62020. That is the report out for this evening.
Thank you, Superintendent Duffy. And I have one report out as well. So on June 15th, 2020, the board evaluated the superintendent using a rubric of 5 rankings for the school year 2019-2020. Those were basic, novice, intermediate, proficient, advanced, and expert. The superintendent received rankings that span the range from expert to basic, novice. The average of those rankings was intermediate. Thank you. Up next, we have our next item, review of number of requests to address the board for comment on individual agenda items. And Mr. Watson, since usually we cannot tell what comments people are going to be making, I just want to confirm with you that we don't have anybody that signed up for any comments ahead of time.
There were, we do have speakers who want to speak during committee communications, President Hernandez-Jarvis, and but in terms of telling how many are signed up for which items, we are unable to do so at this time.
Thank you, Mr. Walton. Up next, we have agenda review and adoption. Are there any board members that would be interested in pulling any items or making any suggestions to the order?
President Hernandez-Jarvis, I'd like to pull C12 and C13.
C12 and C13 by Trustee Panas, pulled by Trustee Panas.
Madam President,
Yes, Trustee Cuevas.
I would like to, let me find what item it is. I would like to table the item for the consideration of facilities resources invested into the Mandarin site, simply because I believe we should have a facilities master plan discussion before we start making resource decisions around any particular individual sites.
So item E8, no, F8, I'm sorry, item F8.
Yes, ma'am.
And I would like to pull item C3.
Trustee Phillips, C3.
To clarify, sorry. To clarify,
Trustee, Mr. Duffy.
F8 would be tabled, right? That's what you're.
Yes.
Okay.
F8 tabled, C3 pulled, C12 and C13 pulled.
I had a question. We moved committee reports up earlier, and did you want the superintendent's report up there also to do them all? Because I see it's down below again, so I can go either way. That we usually do under committee reports.
I would be fine keeping it in that same order that we have it in right now.
Okay.
If other board members see otherwise, I think it would be fine to just have the committee reports first and then have the superintendent reports under D.
Okay.
Thank you. So is there a motion? Trustee Panas, I see you speaking, but I can't hear you.
I'm just wondering if the staff has any issues with tabling F8.
I would like to hear from Mr. Freeze. I mean, I know we very much want to continue to discuss the proposal with the full board. We do know that it does work hand in hand with the wider facilities needs of the district across the board. I think I would just want to check with Mr. Freeze in terms of timeline, if we brought back anything in a smaller fashion on the 15th, or package that as part of a proposal around master plan discussion, if anything would be held up.
Madam Chair, before Mr. Freeze, before you answer, considering we discussed this at Facilities Committee yesterday, my sense is you're going to say yes. But I do implore this board to wait on making this decision until it's taken in consideration with the full facilities capacity and issues within the district. And that's the primary reason why I'm asking to table it. Even knowing that if staff didn't think it was important, then they wouldn't have put it on the agenda. But that's not the lens that I'm looking at. From an equity lens, I absolutely believe these decisions need to not happen in isolation and should be taken. This board deserves to hear all of our issues in the context of the facilities master plan.
Thank you, Trustee Cuevas. Mr. Freeze?
Yeah, so it is an important issue that we need to consider with the Mandarin at capacity this year. We need to find alternate housing for them coming into the 21-22 school year. So timing is everything, and the longer we wait, the harder it is to get facilities ready for their program. But if we do bring it back in a couple weeks, I think we can live with that timeline, but it is time sensitive that we address this issue.
Thank you, Mr. Freeze. So is there a motion? Does anybody want to make a motion to adopt the agenda with the following changes?
Madam Chair, I
Possibly
move,
tabled?
Madam Chair, I move adoption of the agenda as discussed.
I second that.
Motion made by trustee Cuevas, seconded by trustee Lara. Can we please take a vote?
Lara, yes.
Cuevas, yes.
Panis, yes.
Phillips, yes.
Hernandez Jarvis, yes. Motion passes unanimously to adopt the agenda with the changes made. Up next, the approval of minutes for the June 10th, 2020 and June 15, 2020 meetings.
Madam Chair, I'd like to move approval of both sets of minutes unless there's some discussion from my colleagues.
Thank you,
We have
trustee Cuevas.
one item on that. On the June 10th meetings, the top of the third page, item 4, where we're talking about actions taken during closed session. It indicates that Mr. Philip Johnson was appointed principal at Greenwood, and I believe he was appointed interim principal. Is that correct, Mr. Duffy?
That's correct.
That's right.
Thank you for that clarification.
Thank you, trustee Panas.
I'll second trustee Cuevas' motion then with that correction.
Thank you. Trustee Phillips?
I actually have 2 corrections. I sent them in earlier to
Yes.
the superintendent and to President Hernandez Jarvis and Ms. Haney. So under item F2, it should say that I moved adoption of the 2020-21 budget, not trustee Panis. So that's one correction. And then the second correction is the final motion under item F2. It should state that the $1.5 million to the past budget is not to be revisited. Not the whole past budget period, because we were adding money and all that stuff later on. So those, I sent them to you in writing so you have it. But those are my corrections.
Thank you, trustee Phillips. Okay, so can we please take a vote? Motion made by trustee Cuevas to adopt the 2 sets of minutes with the changes made, and it was seconded by trustee Panas. Can we please take a vote, board?
Lara, yes.
Cuevas, yes.
Panis, yes.
Phillips, yes.
Hernandez Jarvis, yes. Motion passes unanimously to adopt both sets of minutes for June 10th and June 15, 2020 with the changes made by board members.
Excuse me, a point of order, President Hernandez Jarvis.
Trustee Panas?
I understand that trustee Vasquez Simula is trying to get into the meeting, but he needs to be promoted.
Thank you for that. Ms. Logan or Mr. Oliver, would you be able to help us with that?
We'll get them working on it.
Thank you. Thank you, trustee Panas. Up next, we have request to address the board. And Mr. Duffy, I see that there's a presentation there from Ms. Tyrinda Rushing, Rising Scholars.
Yes, so Ms. Tyrinda Rushing had requested to address the board earlier, a few board meetings ago, and we were able to get her on the agenda for this board meeting. I know she has a few slides to present, and then we will move to our next item. So Ms. Rushing, if you are with us, or if we can make sure she is able to speak and we are able to share the presentation.
Thank you.
Excellent. Good evening, everyone.
Good evening. Welcome.
Thank you. My name is Tyrinda Rushing, and I'm the Executive Director and CEO of the Young Scholars Program. And a little bit about my background. I have over 17 years of experience in nonprofit management and higher education. I have a master's degree in higher education and student affairs from the University of San Francisco, and I have a passion for supporting students from underserved backgrounds. I've made it my life's work to help make college education accessible for those students. I know that the board has received this presentation in advance, so in the interest of time, I'll skip through some of the slides. The Young Scholars Program was funded in 1999 by my mother, Miss Jacqueline Rushing, who passed away in January of this year. Next slide, please. Next slide, please. Next slide, please. Next slide. I'm coming to you today because we're facing incredibly difficult and painful times as a nation. My community, the Black community, and the brown community is crying out to be seen, to be heard, and to be valued. And I want to share some statistics with you. Next slide, please. Black and Latino boys are 3.8 times more likely than their white peers to be suspended or expelled from school, and more likely not to graduate from high school at all. Next slide, please. Just 26% of African Americans and 18% of Hispanic Americans have at least an associate degree. Next slide, please. Let's talk a little bit about counselors, because the national student to counselor ratio is 491 students to 1 counselor. This district's counselors report feeling overwhelmed and stretched thin by enormous caseloads. Their professional organization recommends a ratio of just 250 students to 1. Next slide, please. Next slide, please. So what is our program doing to address these issues? In 2014, we launched our in-school initiative, Rising Scholars, in partnership with the district. And our goal back then and now is to increase the number of young men of color who matriculate to and graduate from college. Next slide, please. Next slide, please. This past school year, we served 151 Rising Scholars from 6 district high schools. Next slide, please. And here are some of our demographics. 80 of our Rising Scholars are young Black men. 54 of our scholars identify as Hispanic and Latino. All of our students, again, are young men of color. Next slide, please. So what do we offer our scholars? We provide them with social and emotional support. They're provided a comprehensive after-school mentoring program led by successful male mentors. They also have a brotherhood and a community of their peers, all of these students striving for academic excellence and college admission. Next slide, please. Our program provides students with strategic partnerships that we've nurtured with colleges and universities that have specialized on-campus programming and staff to support young men of color. And we provide college exposure via college tours and our annual Help a Brother Go to College Day event that was hosted at UC Berkeley this year. Next slide, please. Our Parent Academy provides parents the tools that they need to be advocates for their students through high school and through their scholars' graduation from college. Next slide, please. And back to our issue with counselors and supporting them. We provide monthly trainings for counselors to learn effective strategies to support young men of color to gain college admission. Next slide, please. So since we've been doing this work since 2014, we have quite a bit of data I'd like to share. 98% of our students are attending school. Our scholars make school a top priority. Next slide, please. 0% of our students are suspended annually. What you see here in green are the district's rates for suspension. Next slide, please. 100% of our students graduate from high school. I've taken out a slide just to show African-American students. That's what you see reflected here in this chart. Next slide, please. Our impact is undeniable. 100% of our students graduate from high school. 95% of Rising Scholars apply to a post-secondary institution, either a 2- or 4-year college or university. And of the students who apply to college, 100% of Rising Scholars are admitted to a 2- or 4-year college or university. Next slide, please. We stay with our students from high school through college and beyond. So we have statistics. 74% of our scholars graduate within a 4-year period, beating the nation's average of 54% within a 6-year period. 94% of our scholars graduate within a 5-year period, and 65% pursue graduate school or professional degrees. Next slide, please. Next slide, please. If anything I've shared matters to you and you want to see this important work continue, I need you to do 2 things. Vote to renew the Rising Scholar contract. Fund the program using a combination of potential funding sources, including LCAP funding, Title I funding, which is for underserved students, Title III funding, because we are serving long-term English language learners, and Title II funding, which supports professional development because we are providing counselor training. I'm proud to say that since my mother's passing in February, we've continued to deliver a quality program for rising scholars and their parents. And I've done my due diligence. I've spoken to the parent advisory group ASSET to gain a better understanding of what the needs of Black students in this district are. And I learned in that meeting that there is a misperception that our program wasn't serving African American students in great numbers. And I'm willing to write into any future contracts that 75% of Rising Scholar program participants will be African American students, which was our original commitment. Per my discussion with ASSET, the assurance I would want from the district is that they would only allocate funding in that way. In 2014, when the program launched, the board then understood that these young men had been underserved and overlooked. That board was compassionate, bold, and willing to actively dismantle systemic inequity by funding rising scholars. So my question this evening for you all is, what kind of board will this be? I've had my defining moment. I chose to continue the work that my mother started in 1999, and I've answered the call to action. Help me help these young men. I need you, but more importantly, they need you. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Ms. Rushing, for the presentation. Thank you, and for the call to action as well. Thank you. Mr. Duffy, did you want to share anything about the process that we're going to be going through to ensure that services that are working for our kids are brought back?
Well, tonight we do have a presentation around programs for African American students. And we do talk about rising scholars in that presentation. And I'll also talk about next steps in determining what services, contracts, expenditures that we are going to pay for going into next year. So we'll be able to touch on that in greater detail. But I thank Ms. Rushing very much for her presentation. And we were all really honored and touched to know her mom who passed and all the incredible work that she put in to build this program. So we will definitely talk about it in our larger discussion later.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Ms. Rushing. Thank you. And I see that there are some hands raised. Mr. Walton, I don't know if there's any public comment for this item.
There are currently 14 hands raised right now. I would ask any member of the public who does not want to speak to this item to please lower their hand at this time. And but we can start with MK Pearson.
Thank you, Mr. Walton. And I wanted to reiterate that for this specific public comment is for the presentation that Ms. Rushing just did on Rising Scholars. If you are waiting to have a public comment on any other general topic, we're going to have that be item B10, WCCUSD public comment after the standing reports. Thank you. And since we have more than 15, we're going to have 1 minute per commenter. Thank you.
MK Pearson, you can begin to speak.
Good evening. My name is Mark Pearson, and I serve as the Director for Student Recruitment at Prairie View A&M University. I also serve as the advisor to the Young Scholars Program on campus and kind of a liaison between our partnership between Prairie View A&M University and the Young Scholars Program. We've had a long history with the Young Scholars Program. We've been partners for about 15 years or so. And why is this program so important to our institution? Because we get students who are have college prep and they have an accountability sustainment system behind them. The students that come to us from your district go on to graduate, they become lawyers, doctors, dentists. I don't understand why you would not want to continue to fund a program that has been so successful. We continue our partnership with your district and with the Young Scholars Program. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
The next speaker is Charles Goshi.
Yes, my name is Charles Gaucher, and thank you very much, Madam President and members of the board. I am a mentor for the Young Scholars Program, and in this role, I've had the honor of helping young college-bound men from the WCCUSD meet the challenge of college admission. The Young Scholars Program provides real-world programs to supplement their education by providing opportunities to visit college campuses and in participatory programs and how to complete the application process and how to make a great first impression, how to network, and in times such as these, how to get home safely when they are stopped by the authorities. In summary, the YSP program is a beacon of hope that helps young scholars recognize the value of academic achievement and benefits of a college education, and as such deserves your support.
Thank you.
The next speaker is Cheryl Cotton.
Thank you. Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Hello, everyone. I am Cheryl Cotton. I am a former administrator from West Contra Costa Unified School District. And I have to say that the Young Scholars Program has been very impactful for my former students who have gone on to and through high school and have matriculated on to college. What I love most about this program is that not only does it help students get to college, it gets them through college. There's a commitment to seeing them all the way through this process. And I think that's invaluable and makes this program very unique. In addition, I'm a parent in West Contra Costa Unified School District. I have a son who's now going into his senior year, who has been involved in the Young Scholars Program for many years. It is an invaluable program, and I can't imagine not moving forward with funding and maintaining funding over the long haul. Thank you.
Thank you.
Our next public speaker is Mitzi Perez-Caro.
Hello. I wanted to thank all of you for giving Ms. Rushing this time to speak. She and her program have been super helpful at Kennedy. Kenny Roberts and Joseph Alvarez III have been a number of the scholars that have been involved in the program, and they've been doing amazing things, and they're now on their way to college, so I'm really proud of them. And I do want to just provide a clarification. So anybody using the phone, it's *6 to unmute and *9 to raise hand. So just that clarification. Thanks.
Thank you for that clarification. So *6 to unmute and *9 to begin talking. Thank you.
Our next public speaker is Galinda Cardona.
Yes, I'm here. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay. I'm a parent. My older son attended, was part of Young Scholars, and my younger son. My older son just graduated from UC Irvine. My younger son is going to UC Santa Cruz. What's important about this program is my younger son actually wanted to be a ball player when he was in 10th grade and has been part of Rising Scholars, and then decided, he actually wanted to forward his education and, wants to actually get a degree in business. Not only is Rising Scholars important for the kids, but also the parents. A lot of parents don't talk to their kids about college because they don't see a path. And Rising Scholars gives parent support so that they see a path for their kids to go to college, and that helps parents talk to their kids and want to go to college as well. So, it's very important that the parents know the way so that they can show their kids the way and help them.
Thank you.
Our next speaker is Daryl Nguyen. Mr. Nguyen, if you can unmute.
Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Very good. Thank you for having me. Yes, my name is Daryl Nguyen, and I am one of the program coordinators of the Young Scholars Program. And I just want to share some joys that I've had. There's many there, but I think the most telling one is when a young man has come to our Help Our Brothers Go to College event that Ms. Rushing mentioned, or one of our college tours. And you kind of see the light go on in their eyes that they can go to college, not only go to college, but graduate. And that's just the most wonderful thing I've experienced in this program, helping these young men achieve their dreams, because they all want to go to college. They all really do. Some just don't think they can. Some haven't been shown the path to get there. And so what we do, we help them. We provide the tools, we provide confidence, we encourage them, we push them. And it would be a blessing if you continue to support this program, because they definitely need it. And it's just it's just a joy to see the success and the confidence that these young men have. I thank you for supporting us. Thank you.
Thank you.
The next speaker is Thomas Scott.
Good evening, everyone. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay. And so I am Thomas Scott. I've been with the district. This will be my 24th year opening up school. I've been with Rising Scholars since Ms. Rushing came to the district in 2010-2011 school year. I've served as the liaison for the district. And I'm happy to see that Mr. Duffy has said there's some work in place. So I can't wait to see what that is. But in what's going on in the world today, we cannot turn our backs on these young men of color, and especially our African-American young men. So I'm just here to say the program has to continue. When we were told in March that it's a possibility that they will not do the contract, I was hurt and crushed. So I'm happy that we had the opportunity to come to the board tonight, and I'm looking forward to see what's ahead. So thank you for the opportunity.
Thank you.
My apologies. Our next public comments from Jason Castillo.
Guys, thank you guys for taking the time to hear us out today. My name is Jason Castillo. I graduated from Pinot Valley, and with the help of the Rising Scholars Program, I will be attending Holy Names University. So, and I wanted to speak today because this is a really wonderful program, and they do a lot of things, and it was because of them that I was not only able to go to college, but they gave me motivation, and they even helped me make my decision in the end. They do a really good job with the college tours and these events, like help everybody go to college, and they're really helpful. And this type of program is it's really needed in today's society, because it really helps put the idea that we need education to move on. And without this program, I think a lot of students aren't gonna make it in life, and I really want this program to keep going in the future. Thank you.
Thank you.
The next public speaker is Elizabeth Castillo. Ms. Castillo, if you can unmute.
Hi, everyone. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay. First of all, I wanted to thank you guys for allowing us to be able to speak about this wonderful program. My name, well, it's Elizabeth Castillo, but my son is Jason Castillo. He has been part of that Rising Scholars program for the last 2 years. This program has allowed us to be able to educate us, to know what is important in life, and to motivate them to go to college. I mean, not just that, it's giving the tools, giving that specific education, and you have no idea, especially being a Latino, it's so difficult on these days, but everyone has the option to be able to go to college, and they increase that by bringing them to new colleges, by providing the tools, and I want everyone to have the same opportunity as my son. So thank you for listening to this, and I really appreciate it.
Thank you.
Next is Caden Cotton Blake. You can unmute now.
Hello?
Yes.
All right, so good evening, everyone. My name is Caden Cotton Blake, and I have had the opportunity to be a rising scholar, a young scholar.
You can go
for
ahead
the
and
last...
speak.
Oh, hello? Can you
Go
hear
ahead,
me?
we hear you.
Okay. All right. Good evening, everyone. My name is Caden Cotton Blake, and I have had the opportunity to be a young scholar for all of my high school career as well as my middle school career. I was given the opportunity to take part in one of their many that they offer college tours. And I was able to see firsthand the opportunities that were given, the networking, the connections, even just the drive to pursue something greater in higher education. And I think that's something that's very important that many people in this day and age overlook, is being able to give that motivation and give someone something to strive to. And I think that's that motivation that a lot of students lack nowadays. And I think this program is something that is very important to stay for young people now, in the future, for years to come, even decades to come, to have someone to support them the way that only the Young Scholars Program are able to do. So please consider this when deciding on how you will fund this program.
Thank you. And sorry, I missed some of your comment, Caden, but thank you for sharing that. I got to hear the beginning and the end, and I had computer issues right now. So thank you. Thank you again.
Our next public comments from Yolanda Vieira Allen. Ms. Allen.
Good evening, Board of Trustees. Thank you so much for that presentation, Tajan. And speaking about the conversation that you had with ASAT officers, I was at that meeting, and I've been one of those who have been really concerned about the composition and funding for Rising Scholars. It's clearly a wonderful program that is working and should be continued, and should be part of the college and career readiness program that the district provides for all of its students of color. But it should not be necessarily funded out of ASAT's budget if it's not for African American students specifically. Several years ago when they came to us, less than 30% of their students were African American. Those numbers have climbed in recent years, but as a result of that, ASAT did not want to fund any programs that are not exclusively for African American students. We celebrate their success and hope that they are continued, and hope that the budget rises up.
Please
and
conclude your comments.
Responsibility meets its fiscal responsibility. And
Our next public speaker is Amari. Nope, sorry. We have two more public speakers, and if Amari G and Mallory B would sign back in with both a first and last name, we would be able to call on you. One more public speaker is Gladys Dodds. Ms. Dodds? Hello, Ms. Dodds. Okay, we'll move on to the next public speaker, who is Estella DePaz. Ms. DePaz.
Thank you, Mr. Walton. Good evening, everyone, and thank you for your time. My name is Estella DePaz. I'm a parent and the school site council chair for Hercules High School. I wanted to tell you a story that when we were actually working on our SPSA, it became glaringly clear when we were looking at dashboard data that our Black and brown boys are being left behind. So it is really necessary that we continue to support this particular program, the Rising Scholars, because it is a gem in our school district. What I really appreciate about it is the fact that it is a wraparound service that doesn't only work with our students, but also really educate our parents on how to navigate. So please try as much as you can to make sure that we continue this great program. Thank you.
Thank you.
The next public speaker is Tiffany Washington.
My name is Mallory Branch, and I don't know how to unmute or sign in, but I'm gonna do my speech. If you could start my minute over, I would really appreciate that. Thank you. Good evening, all. My name is Mallory Branch. This unique program means the world to my family and I. It has afforded my oldest son, Armand Hervé Jr., who is a class of 2020 graduate from Hercules High School, the opportunity of a lifetime as a participant of Rising Scholars Program. He experienced college tours with his peers, being mentored by Mr. Scott, and a bond with Miss Russian that would never be broken. This experience has made a huge impact in Armand's life, and this program has made it possible for him to have a clear understanding of the endless possibilities available to him. I'm proud to announce that Armand will be attending Grambling State University this fall. Without the Rising Scholars Program, my son, along with a vast amount of other students of color, would not have the opportunity and experiences to attend college and tours, among other life experiences. This program is vital, a vital part of our community, and for many other students of color, the only opportunity that they will ever have to have a chance towards a healthy future. Please stand with me in solidarity and keep the Rising Scholars alive. Thank you.
Thank you. Congratulations to your son and your family as well.
And our final public speaker is Gladys Dodds.
Hi, I also have my son, Tito de Malanta, who would like to speak. So I'm asking for actually 2 minutes, 1 minute for him and one minute for myself. And here's Tito.
Hi, I'm Tito de Malanta, and I go to De Anza High School. I'm just going to be my senior year, and I'm a current participant in Rising Scholars. And I feel as if the program shouldn't be shut down because it benefits many of the young colored men for our future and for what society is striving for. This program expands our options in regards to college and our future. I've also made many connections in this programs, including college administrators, really close friends, and great mentors. For this program to be shut down, it would jeopardize many of our futures. And with that being said, I'd like to say thank you for listening.
And as a parent, thank you. And as a parent, I would like to say we need help. As a family of the WCCUSD district for years, we've been through many ups and downs, as you know, on this educational journey that is the urban American public school system. My husband and I are graduates of Panola Valley High School. My older child is a graduate of De Anza, and now Tito's entering his senior year at De Anza. We've been through repeated school closure threats, deep recessions, immense budget pains, and we've also experienced a California Distinguished School Award and the Gold Ribbon Award. We need the Rising Scholar Program because it is a portal to positive possibilities for our young men of color. It offers them invaluable college tours. They help a brother go to college day fair, parent meetings, which include great guest speakers, monthly pull-out sessions, which cover a variety of college preparedness topics. The Rising Scholar program, as many of the speakers have said, is a wraparound program, bringing funds not only into college, but through college. Please renew it. We need it. And as a parent of WCCUSD, we've been through so much. And as a school board, I know you know we've been through so much. We need it. Please renew it. Thank you.
Thank you.
And my apologies, President Hernandez-Jarvis. We also have Tiffany Washington, who is signed up to speak. Ms. Washington?
Thank you.
Hi, can everyone hear me? Hello?
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay, so I'm going to speak on behalf of my son, Omari Gillis. He was supposed to sign back in. I don't know what happened. But his name is Omari Gillis, and he's a 2020 graduate from El Cerrito High School and a participant of the Rising Scholars Program. And he'll be attending Berkeley City College in the fall. And that is thanks to the support of the Rising Scholars Program. He was able to attend college tours and seminars, and they helped him complete the FAFSA and enroll into college. And he also received a laptop at the end of the program that he really needed. And his comment is just that although I've graduated, I'm able to call them anytime that I need help. And Rising Scholars has given me the confidence I need to make the academic decisions that are best for me. There are other young men of color who need their help, Rising Scholars help as well, and this program can help them receive the same type of support that I did.
Thank you, Ms. Washington. And if your son is there with you, maybe he can talk there since I think he's having connection issues.
Omari Gillis, if you can. Okay.
Thank
All
you.
right, can you
Thank
hear
you,
me?
Mr. Walton. Yes.
Yes.
Yeah. All right, yeah, so I was just, my mom already explained it pretty much, but yeah, I was just talking about how the Rise of Scholars program, it really helped me and benefited me throughout like my last year of high school, because I really didn't know what I wanted to do in the last year of my high school year or senior year. I didn't really know what I wanted to do after college. I mean, not college, but high school. So the program really helped me out and helped me figure out where I wanted to go. And yeah, that's pretty much it. My mom pretty much explained everything else.
Thank you. And congratulations to you and your family. Thank you.
And that concludes public comment.
Thank you, Mr. Watson. Trustee Vasquez-Simala, I think you mentioned that you wanted to make a comment for this item.
Yeah, there's so much I could say about Rising Scholars because I'm in it as well. I just looked over a second ago and I found these. We got our very own business cards. Like, who does that? That's so dope. I think like I remember the first time I met Jacqueline Russian. We were at Berkeley, and I walked up to her and I reached out my hand to like shake her hand, and I said, "Hello, Miss Russian. Thank you for this. This means a lot to me." And then she kind of just looks me over, and then like stands up, shakes my hand, and asks me, "What is your name, young man?" And that's like the first time I really got to talk to her. And from then on, for like the next 2 years, she always remembered my name. And like we barely saw each other, but she knew like all of us by name. It was amazing. She was such an amazing person. And I think part of it had to do with like the energy that everybody at Rising Scholars and all the events that we were at brought in. So another thing, like for a really long time, I wanted to go to Berkeley. Because I'm like, whoa, it's such a dope school. It's really close to my house as well, right? But as I got older, I started like really looking into it, and it's almost all white. And then looking at the UC schools, it's almost all white, and all that it just sucks because I don't want to be surrounded by just all white people and all like, I want to be surrounded by people who look like me as well. And right now at the UC schools, that's not a place that you can really do that. Rising Scholars brings together a bunch of people of color and tells you that there are places that you do belong. If you really want to like be surrounded by people that do look like you, you can go to historically Black colleges and universities. That is something that I didn't really know about until I went to, until I was part of this program. I think the other really cool thing is every time that we went to do something, you had to dress up, right? But they gave you a tie. So you were all matching in your ties, but you wore your suits, and they expected you to dress with excellence. They expected the best from you. So whenever you talk to anybody, any of the recruiters or anybody from these colleges, they expected you to be as professional as possible. And I don't know, it's the way that they treated you and the way where you felt like you were part of a community and part of a group. Because even for somebody like me, I feel I have so much. I'm really privileged, and I know that. But even to someone like me, they've really helped me want to really go to college and given me some great opportunities to do so. So I think we need to support them as much as possible, so that other kids can experience what I have experienced. And it really will help our community. Thank you.
Thank you, Trustee Vasquez-Simala. Thank you. And it looks like we don't have any more public comment for this item. I don't know if any board members have a quick public comment or a quick comment to make, or if we're ready to move on to our standing reports. I'm ready to move on to our standing reports, and I just want to say thank you to Ms. Rushing again for the presentation on the Rising Scholars, and to the community members and all the students who also share their perspectives and experiences. Thank you. Thank you so much. So that leads us to our, excuse me, our standing reports.
So we have at least 4 standing reports. We will begin with Ms. Shakira Reynolds. Ms. Reynolds.
Thank you. Good evening. Can everyone hear me? Perfect. So I just want to say I've timed myself. I'm going to be about 6 minutes. Good evening, President Hernandez-Jarvis, board members, Superintendent Duffy, and members of the community. I'm Shakira Reynolds, chair of the DLCAPS committee. Tonight, I'm here to give our year-end report, but before I do so, I want to say that our work has taken on even more relevance in light of the current events occurring in our nation and our world. Our committee and those who support us are the community guardians of the special resource dollars for our most vulnerable students, of which Black students remain at the bottom. Our committee affirms that Black students, educators, and families matter, and we must do everything within our power to improve their experiences, safety, mental and physical health, and academic success in this district, along with their peers who make up the unduplicated pupil population. Prior to COVID-19, DLCAPS united with the other parent advisory committees, community members, parents, and community-based organizations in order to create a set of recommendations for the upcoming LCAP 3-year plan, which we presented to the board on February 12, 2020. Though the new LCAP timeline has been extended to December, we would like to reaffirm our initial recommendations. We appreciate the mention of some of them in the June 10th budget presentation and look forward to their implementation. In addition to those highlighted recommendations, we would also like to revisit the following: to provide more transparency regarding professional development financed by LCAP dollars, incorporate clear accountability metrics for African American student achievement at the executive director level, increase programs and services offered during the school day, which are focused on academics for African American students, and work to transition technology coaches and typist clerk support out of the LCAP. In the face of a very limited budget, we have to be judicious about how we utilize the available funds. We must ensure that any cuts to LCAP are minimalized and all S&C funds are utilized to benefit the high-need students who generate these funds. We need to pay increased attention to addressing the vast equity issues that existed long before now, but were brought to the forefront during the emergency education program we began on March 13th. The closing of schools undoubtedly had a greater detrimental effect on low-income students, English language learners, foster and homeless youth, as well as Black and special education students. As we prepare for the likelihood of distance learning in the future, we must have a plan that centers around these students and their specific needs. We need to find innovative ways to do more with less and investigate how to make low or no cost changes that will produce added benefits.
Programs need to be routinely evaluated and data provided in a timely and consistent manner in order to retain and expand those with proven student success. As Dr. Woe confirmed at the June 10th board meeting, all base funding will be included in the LCAP by December, and we value the transparency around this commitment. This will allow for more meaningful community engagement, robust discussion, input, and shared decision-making. This year, parents recognize how much stronger we are when we are united with others and committed to using our collective power. We formed the Parent Leadership Council consisting of members from all 4 parent advisory committees, hosted a parent-led family and community summit, and were able to greatly increase our meeting attendance through utilizing the Zoom platform during the shelter in place. We plan to continue to allow people to engage digitally even when we are allowed to return to in-person meetings. We have also been asking the difficult questions amongst ourselves, listening to the varied perspectives of others, engaging with the district on a weekly basis, and developing shared mutually beneficial platforms. We know we rise together. Frederick Douglass famously said, "It is easier to build strong children than to repair broken men." Investing in Black student achievement and justice-impacted youth, funding school-based health clinics, and increasing mental health services, ensuring adequate support services for English language learners to increase their success in reclassification, and recruiting and supporting Black teachers, administrators, and staff are all shared priorities. And finally, leading for equity to ensure our neediest children, including the UPP and special education students, to make sure they don't fall further behind, while also addressing racism and anti-Blackness would benefit the entire system. With a budget of over $300 million, 15% of which is allocated specifically for the UPP, we should be funding all of these needed services and programs. We should not have our most vulnerable populations in competition for funding, nor start and finish conversations about equity with beautifully worded, heartfelt resolutions that don't include funding with which to achieve the goals we all affirm we support. In order to accomplish more, we must continue to do things differently. Parents, youth, and community need more than to just be listened to. We must be truly heard and given the freedom to make meaningful decisions, as opposed to being asked to choose from a preset menu of limited options. We are the experts in our own lived experiences, and there is much we can teach the system. Looking to the future, I am cautiously optimistic because there has not been this level of communication and alignment between parent committees, community, teachers, community organizations, and the district in the recent past. There has also not been this level of openness.
5-minute time is up.
I'll be done in about 30 seconds. There has also not been this level of openness to shared decision-making, nor the inroads to make it happen. I believe we are on the right track. I'd like to thank the DLCAPS committee, as well as ASAT, MDAC, CAC, and a special thanks to the PLC. Also to the Community Engagement Department and Janine Bishop from Special Education. Our community appreciates Superintendent Duffy, Dr. Guerrero, Dr. Wold, Lynn Potter, and public advocates for your input. The time is now to build on this momentum. Although there is great uncertainty in the immediate future, we can do this. As Audre Lorde once said, when things are hard, do something. If it works, do it some more. And if it does not work, do something else, but keep going. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Reynolds.
Our next public speaker is Leslie Reckler. Ms. Reckler. Ms. Reckler? Ms. Reckler seems to be having a little technical difficulty. We will move on and then come back to her. Next public speaker will be Don Gosney. Mr. Gosney.
Good evening to you all. Because you ran out of time the last time I was invited to present a report, and the time before that, this report will cover a broader range of time and subjects. I emailed my prepared reports to the board after each failed attempt to present the reports, so tonight's report may seem repetitive to members of the board. As much as this is a report to the board and senior staff, it is also a report to the public watching from home. Since my last report, the Citizens Bond Oversight Committee has hosted 2 virtual meetings. As always, the board was invited to attend. We missed you all at those meetings. I want to thank Louis Freeze, Melissa Payne, and Julio Arroyo for setting up these meetings. Hearing back from everyone involved, they've all been pleased and impressed by how well the meetings went. We got a lot done with a minimum of wasted time. As our newest applicant has pointed out, though, they still last too long, but there's a lot of information to review and discuss. Even though I try very hard to minimize the agenda, between routine items that must be brought up and reports from staff, just those items take in the neighborhood of an hour and a quarter or longer. Nonetheless, we're persevering. The board currently has 1 application in front of you, Ken Burns, a Richmond resident and business owner. You've previously accepted the applications of fellow Richmonders Maisha Cole and John Anderson. I've invited them all to join our meetings, and even though their applications had not yet been approved, to participate just as if they were full-fledged members. We strive to be more inclusive rather than exclusive. We want to hear what everyone has to say, and we never throw up a clock and never utter the phrase, "Your time has expired." We still have vacancies to fill and are doing our best to fill them. It's especially important to me to ensure that when our more experienced CBOCers depart, that we'll have qualified and experienced members who can seamlessly fill the voids. This should also be a great concern to this board and to the public, because in short order, we're going to have a $575 million bond program with a CBOC full of relative newbies. We're all anxiously following Michelle Obama's school, hoping that it will be ready for occupancy when the shelter-in-place regulations are a thing of the past and the young students can take their place at their new school. We appreciated the vigorous discussion hosted by the board at your May 20th meeting when you discussed the proposed amendment to Board Policy 7214.2. We were, of course, disappointed that we weren't able to find common ground between the community's demands for oversight and the board's own demands. I truly believe that one of the things that has hampered this issue is the lack of an actual discussion between the various CBOC members and the individual board members. And at that discussion, the 3 members of the CBOC that spoke spent right at 5 minutes total, while the board spent nearly an hour. There are, I'm sure, a lot of reasons why each member of the board has been unable or unwilling to speak and work with the CBOC about this, but this lack of communication has hampered our efforts. Too much time, effort, and money has been spent on this for us to be even further apart than we were 29 months ago when we first started this effort. I made this offer before and I will make it once again, but when I send you each a personal effort to meet with me so I can better understand what your issues of concern are. We have members of the CBOC that have suggested that we should let it drop until after the election when we'll have at least 3 new board members. There's a good chance that the oversight of the bond program may be an issue brought up at many of the candidate forums and interviews, so whomever is elected to serve on the board next year may have a different take on community oversight than this board does. Personally, this may be a time when the entire board policy needs a total rewrite from scratch. Nonetheless, this won't be an issue for you to worry about tonight. Since we should have 3 new CBOC members within the hour, we're working to put together a new member orientation primer to help explain how things work, what our mission is, what CBOCers can expect, what the different reports mean, and other areas to help new members more quickly assimilate. We also want to produce some information videos and provide Brown Act training. We will also be going over every item on the CBOC website to learn what's on there in an effort to learn what needs to be added. We'll also be checking each of the items to validate what the hot links are, that the hot links are live, and even that the items are current. We've offered to effect the hundreds of changes we expect this to require, but we've received no support from the board or district to help us now to save the district some money. The CBOC is anxious to see how and when the new facilities master plan is drafted. This is a critical document and is the foundation from which the board, district staff, and the community will work as they proceed with the work that Measure R will be funding. A great deal of the board's time is devoted these days to closing the district's funding holes, but this should not be an all-consuming task. The district has other things, critical things that are on the plate and need your attention too. Just a reminder to the board and the throngs of fans watching this at home, we still need volunteers to serve on the CBOC to oversee the bond program. If you'd like to learn more or receive an application, please feel free to call me at 510-685-2403 or email me at dongosney@comcast.net. As another reminder, our next meeting will be hosted at 2 p.m. on Monday afternoon, July 13th. All are welcome.
Thank you, Mr. Gosney.
The next standing report comes from Leslie Reckler. Ms. Reckler?
Okay, hello everybody. Can you hear me tonight?
Yes, we can.
Okay, hold on just a second. Okay, good evening to everyone. My name is Leslie Reckler, President of the Bayside Council of PTAs, and I'm addressing you tonight for the last time as president. After 2 years, my term expires on July 1st. 6 days, 3 hours, 45 minutes or so, but who is counting? I just wanted to thank everybody tonight, the superintendent, cabinet, especially Marcus Walton, staff. I really want to thank Marin and community engagement and all the translators, the SCOWs, the board, all of this amazing community and everyone who supported me so that I could support all of you. Over the last 2 years, we had a lot of accomplishments. We increased our membership by 8%, and we welcomed another unit, Montalvan, bringing the count of new units to 6 over the last 4 years. We ran 2 Reflections art programs and had art from our students advanced to the county and the state level. We had unbelievable successes in legislation. We passed AB 2878, which PTA sponsored and worked to pass, and that involved strengthening annual goals and state priorities and family engagement in the LCAP. And one of my favorite days over the last 2 years was when we took 4 young ladies from El Cerrito High School, Pinole Valley High School, and Middle College to Sacramento, along with board member Lara, and we met with Nancy Skinner and Buffy Wicks, and we got to talk to them about SB 328, which was the Later School Start Bill, and that bill passed, and I have absolutely no doubt that those ladies and their voices got that bill through. Most recently, we worked hard here on signature collection for Schools and Communities First, and we sent hundreds and hundreds of signatures to the headquarters and got SCF on the ballot, and we'll be working hard in November to support it. And most recently, we're now working on ACA 5, which just today passed the Senate, ratified it, the California State Senate ratified it, and it'll be on the November ballot. It overturns certain bans on affirmative action, and we'll be working hard to support that. And then, of course, there's Measure R, where we were able to help to deliver $575 million to the district for building improvements. Finally, this number is hard to calculate, but I believe we have contributed about 75,000 volunteer hours over the last 2 years. And when you price that out, according to a standard volunteer dollar per hour, which is about a little over $25, we have contributed $1.9 million in volunteer hours to the district. I've really enjoyed this opportunity, and I wouldn't have been as successful without all of you. I thank you very much and wish you a good night.
Thank you, Ms. Reckler. Thank you so much for all your work these past 2 years and the years before that too. Thank you for serving as the president of the Bayside PTA. Thank you again. I'm speechless at this point. I don't know if anybody else wants to share anything, if you want to wait until the end of the standing report, so right now. Thank you. Thank you again, Ms. Reckler.
Our next standing report comes from Demetrio Gonzalez.
Good evening, school board members, Superintendent Duffy, a student trustee and community. My name is Demetrio Gonzalez Hoy, and I'm the president of United Teachers of Richmond. Tonight, just as Ms. Reckler, it's my last report. So I just wanted to take a moment and thank you for your leadership, your advocacy, and our work in the last few years. On Tuesday, UTR is transitioning to a new incredible leader, Marissa Glidden, who was a teacher at Verde Elementary School the last few years, a previous teacher of the year, and my vice president the last 4 years. I have served as president of UTR for 2 terms and have had the privilege of representing 1,700 educators, majority who I consider to be among the best in California. We truly have some of the most passionate and dedicated teachers who at many times are willing to go above and beyond and even put their health in the way to serve our students. I want to thank our superintendent for his leadership through some of the most very difficult times, and his cabinet and staff. And of course, I want to thank all of you board members for your commitment to kids. I know you don't do this work for yourselves or for the huge paycheck you get each month. But you do this because you want to make our schools better. I hope that all of you continue to foster inclusivity and equity with every decision you make. If there's one thing I've learned in the last 4 years, is the power of collaboration. I believe we get to accomplish so much more and change so much more for kids and staff through conversations and collaborative meetings, even through very difficult times. Thank you again for this partnership. It's been a true pleasure to advocate for our communities and to do this work alongside you.
Thank you, Mr. Gonzalez. Thank you as well for your service. Thank you.
Our next standing report comes from Yolanda Vieira Allen. Ms. Allen.
Good evening, trustees, Superintendent Duffy, and citizens of West Contra Costa Unified School District. It is with a sad and heavy heart that I am speaking from tonight. Every day it seems we hear of another instance of bigotry and race hatred aimed at the African American community. Nooses found in public spaces are meant to terrorize and intimidate us. Right-wing extremists disguised as good people, law-abiding citizens, and our police officers have declared war on our lives. The public lynching of George Floyd epitomizes this, and it's triggered old memories for me and my family who, my grandfather told us the story of watching his brother tarred, burned, and hung in front of his wife and children. Many of us remember. None of us will forget. These atrocities will continue until at every level in American society, until its citizens rise up to say stop and put into place systems and structures that are equity driven. Injustices will continue to occur as long as we refuse to acknowledge institutional racism and resist efforts to dismantle it. ASAT families understand that the educational disparities that exist in WCCUSD are in place because of institutional racism. This district's failure to educate its African American students is because of institutional racism. The OAASA director's failure to support and provide for African American students is because of institutional oppression. The superintendent and the SBO's failure to comply with the directives of this board and its citizens in providing the $7.2 million for its African American students is because of institutional racism. The failure to educate is exactly what creates conditions that lead to fathers having to allegedly try to illegally get $20, trying to get a little extra to get by, and lose his life because of it. The failure to educate has a profound and lasting impact on us all. How many times do you have to hear, I can't breathe, I can't read, I don't understand, I can't breathe, I just don't get it, I can't breathe, please don't shoot, I can't sit still, I am innocent. Before you stop blaming the victims of this unjust system and look to your privilege, look to your ignorance, look to your personal biases for this failure, your refusal to grow and learn so you can finally understand that Black lives matter. And finally, stop contributing to the conditions that have made it okay to put a knee on our necks. The time is now to expeditiously implement the ASAT board approved resolution and reset the priorities of this district. This board must use all of its power to ensure that all impediments to its expeditious implementation are removed immediately, whether that is personnel, systems, or policies. The time is now to reallocate and commit to the resources that should have been ours in the first place. The time is now to re-examine everything that we do to ensure fairness and equitable practices and systems are in place so there are no more George Floyds, No more Breonna Taylors. No more Stephen Clarks. No more Tamir Rices. No more Oscar Allens. We are grateful for the removal of the SROs. This had to happen. But without an alternative safety plan in place, this feels like a potential setup for our community to take the brunt of the fallout from that choice. We are especially grateful for the $1.5 million to be earmarked for African American students. However, that amount should be in addition to what is already promised to us. We are trying to right a harm. This district has failed miserably in its responsibility to foster and homeless youth who are still suspended at more than twice the rate of all other subgroups, and the economically disadvantaged who are not accessing current past programs and services in significant numbers. We are grateful that in the past couple of weeks, dialogue is beginning to be pried open. We are glad to finally be included and wait to see if there will be any depth to this relationship or if it will be just more of the same. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Ms. Vera Allen.
The next standing report is from Stephanie Sequeira. Ms. Sequeira?
Can you guys hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay. I'm not sure if you guys received my email, but I tried to email you before the beginning of the board meeting. So I'll just read what I sent you guys. Good evening, board members. Thank you for allowing us to present our MDAC 1920 recommendations. We ask that the board makes a commitment to ensure that the SNC funds as well as Title III funds intended to support our English learner students are used effectively. We understand that the district is in financial hardship and COVID-19 has impacted our district. But we want to ensure that our district continues to support our ELs by increasing the number of students that are reclassified and decreasing the amount of long-term English learners, LTLs, by one, considering our budget cuts. We understand cuts have already been put in place and layoffs began, but what will be done to ensure that our ELs will continue to get the services that they're entitled to. Title III, from what we've understood, our district had a carryover from the 18-19 school year because we were audited. So this year we received a total of about close to $2 million for our ELs, being that school was left out in March. I'm wondering where will that excess money going, as well as the projected over close to $500,000 that's projected to be carried over for the following school year. Our EL master plan, for years, we haven't seen any update from 2014. It's continually spent on the LCAP document. Board has continued to approve, and year after year, our M&M department hasn't been clear as to what we're going to do with our EL master plan. Our district adopted a resolution 2 years ago, and to this yet, we have not seen anything new being implemented, especially with the Common Core or with the new California Prop 58 that was passed. So we're asking that you guys please take in hand and be more considerate on making sure our master plan is being updated ASAP. Our English Learner Achievement Director, unfortunately, we were informed just by looking at the EdJoin. As an MDAC, we were not informed that the M&M Director was no longer going to continue and that this position was out and open. We're thankful that Dr. Guerrero allowed us to be part of the hiring panel. We're still waiting to see what will that hold, knowing that she'll be leaving soon. And so we're hoping that whoever's left in charge will continue to outreach to the MDAC committee or the MDAC co-chairs to be able to part of that interview process. Our ELACs, we understand that in the beginning of the school year, due to a miscommunication or misinformation, we assumed that the ELACs did not need to continue if SSC members had EL parents. Because of that miscommunication, we were later informed that ELACs in fact did need to exist. And because of the whole COVID, we're not sure how many schools really had completed the ELAC committees. And so we're unaware if our SSCs also received any recommendations to support our ELs at the school site level specifically. We understand that the TVE changed into the DLI maybe about 2 years ago. Last year was the first year that it was supposed to start. So our previous third graders were going to continue off to regular fourth grade English, but I'm assuming that this year our third grades would have continued to a fourth grade DLI class. Unfortunately, at my daughter's school, I was aware by the principal that fourth grade will not continue to DLI. So I'm wondering what will happen. Do we have teachers with the B-CLAD to continue to provide those services? If not, what is the district doing to make sure that our teachers are getting the B-CLAD certification, whether it be the English Spanish or the English Mandarin classes? Advancing levels of reclassification. We understand that the summit of LPAC was given to our students. Some students were able to fully take the LPAC. We're not sure where the results are or when they're coming in and how those student scores will be valid. The other students that completed part of it but weren't able to fully complete it, how will we adopt some sort of substitution for the following year to see if our students have grown in their EL levels? And for the students that did not take the test, what will be substituted for them to take the test if we continue to have a back to school, or if there's a hybrid model, or if we continue to do distance learning, what will come out of next year for our ELs? And then distance learning for our middle and high school students, I'm assuming ELD classes continued, that our students were in meeting with their teachers or receiving some sort of communication from their ELD class specifically. But for elementary schools, I'm unaware of how, if they had designated ELD time or if it was integrated, how that looked for our students during this COVID time. So we're asking that those also be taken into consideration for the next academic year. We thank you for your time. The MDAC co-chairs, my fellow co-chairs online listening, but was not able to speak just so that we can fluently speak the English. But thank you for your time.
Thank you. Thank you, Ms. Akeda, and thank you for the report. So if the other co-chair as well, if Erika Cruzes is here and she would like to also report in Spanish, that would be okay as well if she's on the list, because we do have the translation services as well, so it wouldn't be an issue at all. So I'm just looking for her right now in the list.
She is an attendee, and if she wants to speak, she can raise her hand. President Hernandez Jarvis.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Walton. So Ms. Erika Cruzes, si quiere hacer el comentario para reportar, puede levantar la mano. So she can raise her hand if she wants to give part of her report as well.
Ms. Cruzes, you can unmute yourself and begin to speak.
¿Se puede prender el micrófono? Sí.
Hola, muy buenas tardes a todos y bienvenidos. Gracias por permitirme dirigirme como tantas mamás que se han dirigido y no tienen la voz. La ventaja que estamos en el grupo de EMDA, como Stephanie, como yo, es que nos podemos dirigir a todas las mamás o tratar de dirigirnos a todos los papás para que les digamos que estamos con ellos para cuidar y velar, obviamente, la educación de nuestros niños, que por eso estamos nosotros aquí. Stephanie ya les comentó varios puntos que hemos visto, ¿verdad? Para cuidar la educación de todos los niños aprendices de inglés, que estamos vigilando obviamente cómo se está manejando el distrito, que estamos tratando de ver cómo llevan a cabo las implementaciones del título 3, quiénes van a estar a cargo ahí con nosotros. Tenemos grandes personas que del distrito están trabajando con nosotros para llevar estos cursos y para que se lleven tratar de que todos nuestros niños estén llevando las clases de inglés, ¿verdad? Entonces, básicamente, la información ya se les comentó a Stephanie. Gracias por permitirme hablar con ustedes, pero más que nada estamos hablando por todas las voces de todos los papás que no pueden dirigirse con ustedes.
Gracias.
Gracias a ustedes y cuídense mucho.
Igualmente. Gracias. Okay, so we just concluded the last report, correct, Mr. Walton?
That is correct.
Okay, great, thank you. So now we have WCCUSD public comment. So if anybody would like to make a public comment right now, you can raise your hand, and depending on how many people. Yes, Mr. Duffy?
While Mr. Walton's organizing public comment, I just wanted to make a comment about public comment.
Yes.
Last week, during public comment, one of the public commenters sounded to me in sort of a muffled way that it was going to be a Zoom bomb, and we've had some of those in the past. So I sort of put a thumbs down note to Marcus to be able to end that public comment. I just wanted to apologize if I offended anybody in that way. The person's name was Dallas Jackson, who I called to apologize, but the phone was disconnected. So if anybody knows that person, I am certainly sorry. Try to do our best, staying through the Zoom calls and making sure we're totally 100% focused on our speakers. So again, I'm sorry if any gestures were misconstrued, and look forward to more public comment this evening. Thank you.
Thank you, Superintendent Duffy. Mr. Walton?
Yes, President Hernandez-Jarvis, we currently have 7 speakers for public comment.
Thank you so much. So then that would be, I see that we have more now.
Now we're up to 9, yes.
Okay, so we are going to have 2 minutes if it's more than 10, or no, I'm sorry, it is 10 right now, so it's going to be 2 minutes.
Okay, so our first public commenter will be Don Gosney.
Thank
you very much. At your last regular board meeting, you discussed a resolution condemning police violence and brutality against people of color. After public comment was concluded, and with the public not having any forewarning that a radically different message was being proposed, Trustee Cuevas proposed an amendment cutting off all ties with regional police departments and forbidding them from being on the WCCUSD campuses. Even before she finished her proposed amendment, I fired off an official request for clarification on whether this was a Brown Act violation and that the public was not given notice of such a radical deviation from the resolution, and this was being proposed after public comment had concluded. Trustee Phillips immediately offered a point of order, pretty much saying the same thing, and asked whether this should have been agendized first. Not only did the board president not consider this point of order, but Trustee Cuevas interrupted Trustee Phillips several times as if she was trying to silence his protest. It's been 2 weeks now and I've yet to get a response to my formal request. This is exactly why sunshine laws have been passed. This was an effort by board members to pass an issue without public input. If you were paying attention to the social media leading up to the Measure R vote in March, the recurring comment was that the board could not be trusted. And here you go validating those claims. It was argued that there was an urgency to this amendment. Why couldn't this have been put off to an agendized item at the next regular board meeting? It's still 2 months before the students will be returning to the campuses, if that. So where was the rush that it had to be passed that night? Emotions were running high on the issue of some people who simply hate a police presence anywhere, which is all the more reason to hold off until cooler heads could prevail. Thank you.
Thank you.
The next comment is from Jessica Ramirez. Ms. Ramirez.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay. My name is Jessica Peregrina Ramirez. I am a parent at Ford Elementary. District leaders, you must support your public schools and don't destroy them. The dual language immersion program at Ford is not being supported. We became aware that in March, the district was planning to reduce or eliminate it without any parent or teacher input. The issue had never been discussed at any SSC, ELAC, or PTA meeting. DLI programs in other more affluent places in our district receive a lot of support compared to a program, and they would never be reduced without parent input. I sent letters in May, and I only received updates today, after parents and teachers joined together to raise concerns about this difficult and unfair situation of just taking resources away from our lower socioeconomic and diverse communities. This is unjust that our district doesn't support our program. and it's highly needed and functioning. We want the 4D Allied program to be supported and expanded. I have sent a letter representing 20 parents requesting the program to be supported and expanded, not shrinked or eliminated. I've received an email from Gracie Guerrero today, as she is probably gone because she told us in a meeting last week that she wasn't going to be here in the district. Our school has had the 4th principal this year in the last 5 years. And these new staff are not going to know what's going on. There's so much instability, especially for these most needy and most vulnerable students. Wonder why there's no progress or consistency in the progress with this lack of leadership and instability.
Thank you.
The next public speaker is Estela De Paz.
Hello again, President Jarvis Hernandez, President Hernandez Jarvis, board members, staff, and community members. I'm Estela De Paz. As you know, I'm affiliated with several district advisory committees and school level organizations. But this particular comment is my opinion as a parent and as a concerned community member. Tonight's board agenda has items in preparation for next year's resourcing. It includes contracts, the sped local plan, job descriptions, and salaries. I'm concerned about traceability of the behind these recommendations for next year. I'm assuming that there's a process that traces back on how these recommendations came about. So let's take, for example, special education. I think that the recommendation on the job description and salaries are based on the local plan, and that the local plan is based on the programs reported to the state on our case list, and that the programs in the case list are services documented in the students' IEPs. So there's traceability that starts from the top. Number 1, beginning with students and their IEPs. Number 2, the programs driven by the services in the IEPs. Then number 3, there's the local plan that's been provided to you. And number 4 are the resources that would actually support that plan. The traceability that I'm talking about is an assumption on my part, but I would highly recommend that the board and the staff educate our community, because being able to actually see how these decisions and these recommendations and the planning is happening provides transparency. Being transparent allows our community to be on the same page. So give us that context. Based on my 20+ years as a project manager, traceability is an absolute. Lack of traceability equals lack of transparency, and that makes for not trustworthy decisions. Thank you.
Thank you.
Our next public speaker is Javier Naranjo.
Hi, yes, thank you. My name is Javier Naranjo. My son, Santi, attends the West County Mandarin School. I wanted to voice my support for the satellite campus that's being proposed at Adams Middle School. As our school grows, we need a site that preserves our unique and diverse community. As some of you may know, 78% of the WCMS families live in Richmond or north of Richmond. Only 22% of those families live south of Richmond. With the school's current location, we know that parents are willing to commute to this area because it's centralized location to the entire school district. We'd like to keep the school close to the Sarah site to support and retain current families. Moving the school to El Cerrito would be too far for many families, and many have already voiced concerns that they would more than likely leave the school if the site were to be moved. Lastly, I also think it's important for the board to conduct a soils report for the Adams site as soon as possible, as this report will inform the board's deliberations with respect to the facility's master plan. Thank you all for your time, and please, again, our community is really in support of the Adams site, and we hope that that the next meeting you guys take this up with due haste. Thank you.
Thank you.
The next speaker is Amy Cantu.
Hi, my name is Amy Cantu, and I'm a West County Mandarin School parent to a 3rd grader and incoming kindergartner. I'm also the president of the school PTA. Tonight, I'm commenting on why the parents of West County Mandarin School are advocating so strongly for the Adams site as our satellite campus. Equity. A key reason for wanting the Adams site is to have equity of access to our school by being sure that all families can access it easily, especially since only 4% of our families identified as low income live in El Cerrito. The Adams site is centrally located, allowing the school to continue serving the racially, ethnically, and socioeconomically diverse populations of our district. Portola is not an equitable location. Relocating the school to Portola undercuts the investment the district has already made in establishing an immersion school with the mission of diversity, equity, inclusion, and accessibility. The Portola site is closest in commute proximity to only 22% of our current families. Only 4%, as I mentioned, of our students qualify for free or reduced lunch live in El Cerrito. 20% of our current families have indicated they would not likely continue if we were to relocate to the Portola site. By relocating our school to the Portola site, the district sends the message that it prioritizes access for affluent neighborhoods in the district. This directly opposes the spirit of the Board of Education's mandate that our school be diverse by design, reserving 50% of our enrollment for low-income English language learners and foster youth. I'm really disappointed that the vote for the Adams site project was tabled tonight. This is a time-sensitive issue. We need to do a soils report with the upper lot so that we can see if it's truly possible for us to put enough portables on Adams to support our school. Without this soils testing on the upper lot, we cannot make an informed decision. This can only aid in the facilities master plan deliberations by having
Please
this
conclude your comment.
soils report completed. Thank you.
Thank you.
The next comment is from Jinwei Zhang.
Hello, hi, my name is Jinwei Zhang. I'm a parent of a 4th grader and upcoming 2nd grader for the West County Mandarin School. And I'm speak with my heart to all other parents who live pretty far away from El Cerrito. Currently, they take about 20 minutes commute to the Adams site. And if they have to commute to El Cerrito, that will be 40 minutes. So a lot of the parents will drop their kids out of district school and go for charter if they cannot attend our school. And our school is the one of the fast growth program with a waiting list of kids from our district willing to come in. So I hope the district will support our program. And we are running against the time. And we are out of space in a year. And if we don't move fast enough to have a soil report done and found a solution for our school, then we're going to lose enrollment. And every single enrollment we lose means a lot of money lost for the district. And I just want to advocate for all the parents and for all the underserved community in our school. We have 50% low-income students. And I'm advocating for them to be able to access this wonderful immersion program that the district started, and hopefully district will support us and make sure we are on the top of the agenda and not get tabled again for later. That's all.
Thank you.
Our next public speaker is Malik Zaid. Malik Zaid, if you can unmute, you can begin speaking. We'll come back to this speaker. Next is Calvin Miles. Mr. Miles.
How you doing? Yes, as you consider the upcoming role of the police department with regards to our district schools, I would like to offer De Anza High School as a model of how that relationship can work as an extending, effective partnership. I myself am a teacher at De Anza High School. My daughter is a student there, and I am a graduate of the West Contra Costa Unified School District back when it was the Richmond Unified School District. And over the past several years, the Richmond Police Department and the city of Richmond has made great strides in fostering a positive, healthy relationship between the police department and the community, you know, especially when it comes to weeding out substandard officers, just as you on the board have to eliminate teachers and administrators that don't meet your performance expectations. What has happened at De Anza has resulted in a collaboration that includes some of the most outstanding examples of good SROs that work with the students, the administration, and the staff in a way that is positive and healthy, and it keeps kids out of trouble, and it fosters a comfortable, safe environment for all. We've had Officer Barber, Officer Santana, Officer England, and now Officer Lewis. All of them will be role models for any of the programs at the other schools. Now, I can't speak for the other schools because I don't know what's happening over there, but I would imagine they have outstanding officers along those lines as well. We combine their skill and their compassion for the students with working with our community workers, Coach Dame, Coach Tyree, Letty Mendoza, as well as working with the teachers and the student body in order to make sure everything is safe there. It's not a need to eliminate them, it's try to find a way how to get the right people in the right positions to make it work. There are a lot of problems all around the United States, but I think in Richmond, especially over at De Anza, we are an example of how we can do it the right way. I would recommend that any decisions—
This concludes your comment, Mr. Miles.
Okay.
Thank you.
The next speaker is Francisco Ortiz.
Hi, good afternoon, or what seems to be almost like an ever-ending afternoon. Good evening, Board President Hernandez Jarvis and my former teacher and current board clerk, Trustee Lara, and the rest of the board and cabinet and community members listening and watching today. Today, I'm here as a fifth grade teacher at Ford Elementary, a proud product of our district, a former English learner who went through the bilingual program here in our district. And I'm calling on our board, I'm calling on our entire WCCUSD community to strengthen our commitment to linguistic equity for our English learners. At Ford Elementary, we have 80% of our student population is Latinx, whose heritage language is Spanish. 95% of our students qualify for free and reduced lunch. 60% of our students are English learners. Eliminating or reducing our program, our DLI program, is incongruent with the district's resolution in support of the EL roadmap resolution, specifically principle number 3, system conditions that support effectiveness. Principle number 2, the intellectual quality of instruction and meaningful access. And principle number 1, which is an assets oriented and needs responsive. And so our school community, our educators who have really brought up and strengthened our DLI program were not consulted. Our parents didn't know about this possible reduction in our DLI program. And so I'm urging you all, given the vast need at our site, to hold the DLI program and to continue to strengthen our linguistic equity for our English learners and for our Ford community, I'm urging you to please reconsider the elimination or the reduction of the DLI program at Ford Elementary. Thank you very much and have a good evening.
Thank you.
Our next speaker is Zulon Harrison. Ms. Harrison?
Hello, can you guys hear me?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. I want to talk about our struggling readers and having our students read by third grade. We have students that are just slipping in the achievement gap because we're not making sure our students are reading. We're not producing productive people in our society when our children grow up and graduate from our system and they're not educated and they cannot read. We have to have a board and a superintendent that ensures all our children are reading. This is very important to not only the child's future, but the community's future, the future of our community as Black people. Black students, all the students in this district need to be educated, but today we want to ensure that this board knows and that the superintendent understands that making sure that the Black children in this district are reading by third grade is a priority to parents. And the ones that have passed third grade, addressing that with effective educators and services is our priority. So I hope that everybody understands that whatever your endeavors are with this district, today and going forward, we're going to ensure that all Black children are educated in this district and to make sure that all the people that are involved with education of children understand that that's a priority in this district. Thank you.
Thank you.
The next public speaker is Adrienne St. John.
Hi, good evening. Thanks. Hi, thanks for taking my comment. I'm a parent of a child at West County Mandarin School, and I know you guys tabled the item this evening to talk about our school's location, and I really appreciate you wanting to think about it in the full context of the facilities master plans. But I do want to echo one of the comments that I think we heard earlier, that this is a tight timeline. You guys have certainly dealt with a lot of construction projects recently across schools, and I know that you know that construction takes a lot of time and takes a lot of lead time. And so we do want to encourage the board to go ahead with considering at least sort of the preliminary studies and the soil studies that are needed to even assess what options you have to put into your facilities master plan as far as what sites are available and whether the Adams site is the best choice. I'll say briefly that our neighborhood school is actually close to West County Mandarin. Our neighborhood school is Wilson Michelle Obama Elementary, and we saw how much diversity and richness there was in our community, and wasn't sure if we were going to find that at West County Mandarin School, County Mandarin School as well. And we didn't know how we, as a family with working parents, were going to accommodate commuting or busing a kid across town to Portola. And so location and diversity were really key to us in choosing our school. And now that we've had our daughter at West County for a year, we're really thrilled to see that the diversity is there. And we want to support this location that's accessible to so many Richmond families and the 50% English language learners and free and reduced lunch students that are at our school.
Thank you. And I do want to note that we've had more than 15 speakers now, I believe. We initially had only 12 people signed up, and then we had more people who raised their hands, or not sign up, excuse me, that raised their hands. So we're gonna have 1 minute for the last 6 speakers that we have. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Malik Zaid. Malik Zaid. You can begin speaking. we'll move on and try to come back one more time. Our next speaker will be Rodney Brown.
I'd like to say good afternoon, board. This is Rodney Brown, community advocate here in the city of Richmond, California. I wanted to talk about the SRO situation and what has transpired. And I know you all polled some of the former students within the district, preferably some young people from the Richmond Revolution organization, and the things that they had to say pertaining to that particular situation. I don't know if there was a feasibility study done. I don't know if there's any type of contingency plan that's in place. And I agree with what Mr. Calvin had said about the established relationships that were already established at such campuses. So I don't know if this was a previous budgetary matter in terms of cutting the SROs before the George Floyd situation transpired. However, I think you all need to revisit that decision and come up with something that's going to be beneficial for all parties, and also get some outside individuals, especially some adults who have children within the sector of the district, and some folks who are community advocates and community oriented, like football coaches or individuals of that magnitude, and then weigh both sides of the equation, and then show us what your contingency plan is going to look like moving forward. You guys have a beautiful evening.
Your comment.
Thank you. That's all I have to say.
The next speaker is Kate Burkhart. Ms. Burkhart, if you can unmute and begin to speak. Ms. Burkhart? We will go on to the next public speaker, Lucy Wang. Ms. Wang?
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Hi, everybody. Thank you for taking this time to host this meeting. I have a kindergarten boy attending West County Mandarin School. We're really blessed to have this wonderful school, all the staff, and we have hoped that we could have Adam Street for a year now. And we, a lot of parents are attending this meeting, you know, even during this summertime. And we would hope that you could take a decision for Adam's side, but we were a little disappointed to hear that you postponed this item again. Just to say we love this school. We really want to feel, we want our kids to feel that they have a permanent site for next year to come. So please consider this item for next time. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
The next public speaker is Audrey Shields. Ms. Shields. Ms. Shields, you can begin to speak. Ms. Shields, you need to unmute yourself to begin to speak.
I see. I'm sorry about that. I was trying. I just have a technical comment. I was just wanting to request that the board members be shown while the comments are being made. Typically, we can see the board during public comment, but for some reason this evening, we just have a blank screen with the county emblem, school district emblem. That's all.
Thank you.
The next speaker is James Tuwalu. Mr. Tuwalu? You're unmuted and you can begin to speak. James Tuwalu? Board President Hernandez Jarvis, there's a couple of people who've signed up, who have their hands raised. I just want to let them know that we will not be calling on them unless they have a first and last name. And Mr. Tualu,
Thank
you have
you.
now, yeah, okay, sorry.
And sorry about that. And yes, Mr. Walton. So yes, and I think the last speaker will be Malik Said, because the last two speakers added themselves just right now. Raise your
Can you
hands
hear
for
me now?
before we start the comment.
Mr. Tualu?
Yeah, can you hear me, Mr. Walton?
Yes, the board can hear you.
Okay, great. My name is James Tualu. I'm a parent of a student at West County Mandarin School, and she is going up to first grade this coming academic year. And yeah, the reason I want to participate in this meeting that I want to say that hopefully the board will consider when West County Mandarin School need more spaces that Adams School will be adopted. So we will go to the same location because I live at the border of San Pablo and Richmond. So if I will have to go to El Cerrito, it will be really more driving time, especially when the traffic is going back to normal. So hopefully the board will consider the site of Adam Middle
Please
School.
conclude your comment.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And we'll try for Malik Zaid one more time. Mr. Zaid, you're unmuted and can begin to speak. I am sorry, but it looks like Mr. Zaid is unable to make their technology work this evening, so we will have to move on to the next item. That concludes public comment.
Thank you, Mr. Walton. Thank you to members of the public for their public to still get done. Thank you to all members of the community who shared their input with us today. And up next, we have our consent items, and the items that were pulled. I would like to know if there's, a motion to approve the consent calendar with the items that were pulled. And let me just name them very quickly. So I 15 were pulled.
So moved.
By motion made by Trustee
Panis.
Panas. Is there a second?
Second.
By
Lara.
Trustee Lara.
Lara.
Thank you. Can we please take a vote? Starting with our student trustee.
Dawit, yes.
Laura, yes.
Panis, yes. Panis, yes.
Phillips, yes.
Hernandez Jarvis, yes. Motion passes to approve the consent calendar with the items that have been pulled. Without the items that have been pulled. Thank you. Unanimously. That leads us to committee communication with the superintendent's report as the only item.
Great. I think I was muted there. Good evening. I cannot see the screen. Okay, got it. Sorry about that. Having a little tech issue. Good evening, everybody. Really nice to see folks. My superintendent's report will also sort of transition right into our COVID update, which is coming next. I didn't have a chance to do my superintendent's report at the last meeting, so there's a few things to update you You'll see one of the cars from our drive-in graduations, which were a real success for us over these last few weeks. We can go to our next slide. So some recent events, we all know across the country, more and more youth and citizens speaking out over police brutality, supporting Black Lives Matter, and you'll see a picture of some of the marches, one of the marches here in Richmond, which many of our youth led and participated in, and we're very proud of them. Graduation week and the last week of school, again, that was from my last report, but really, really proud of all of our graduates. To the seniors, congratulations. It was not an easy last few months, but you hung in there, and I'm glad we were able to get you some type of celebration with our drive-in graduations, and thanks to all of our staff, incredible, incredible effort to pull that off. It seems like finally the governor and legislature have finished their 2021 budget and reached an agreement on funding, and we'll share a little bit more about that in COVID, but that's important for us because it begins to let us know a little bit more about what we're looking at going into next year. One of the biggest things that we're doing, and we'll talk about this in the COVID update, is the opening of school task force, getting ready for the fall. That's where everybody's energy is right now, building both a plan that is one that's fully online if we need to be 100% online, or some type of hybrid model that gets us back into our buildings. We have a deadline to produce the plan for our county by July 20th, and that's what we're working really hard to hit. So many people involved in that, working groups, task force, a lot of different folks, and we really thank them for that, and we think we'll put together a really good plan. So we have closed our Youth Truth student distance learning survey. We have the family survey, which is out now. I had a chance to speak at the Richmond Rotary Club and let them know what was happening, and have them ask questions about how they could help. We also kicked off a career technical education task force with elected officials, trying to build back that partnership between business, elected officials, and our staff. I thank Trustee Laura for some of her efforts there to make that happen. Had a chance to meet with a number of our elected officials and talk to them about how we could re-bolster the partnership with government and business, especially in the COVID era. We continue to look towards philanthropy to support us. We have submitted another grant to the Cowell Foundation to support the Kennedy family as part of our Kennedy Family Initiative, which has been going on for a number of years. And I wanted to show this picture. I thought it would be really fascinating for people to see. We found this picture of Washington Elementary School in 1918 when students had to cover their faces as well as part of the fight against the influenza pandemic at that time. So this is one of our own schools here in Point Richmond. And then we went to Washington Elementary School just a few weeks ago to really look at what would school look like if we could only put 12 students in a class. And you'll see the tape there is the 6 square foot kind of partition, so to speak, between student space. And you can see just how quickly the classroom shrinks down with just those 12 desks. We'll talk a little bit more about that also during the COVID update. So our next board meeting is July 15th. We continue the work of summer school, and we'll talk about that in the COVID update and what we're doing. We are front and center, as I said, with the opening of school in the fall. And we're still continuing to work our staffing, budget development, hiring, and just getting everything ready for the fall. And we've heard some public comment tonight about things we need to pay some more attention to and make sure those are sewn up for the fall. So we're looking forward to getting everything in order and moving forward.
Thank you, Superintendent Duffy.
And I'm happy to go right into the COVID report, which is
Yes.
next, but very
Item
much
E1.
connected.
So discussion item E1, updates on school operations during the COVID-19 closure.
Great. So I just wanted to share, we're really transitioning this report now to be preparing for 2021. So during the past updates, we spent time talking about school and what was happening in school while students were there. Now all focus turns towards the fall and 2021. So we are weekly planning with the rest of the districts in Contra Costa County. We have a call where all the districts talk about what's happening, what they're thinking, new rules, new regulations, how we're going to deal with all of those items. We still have a bi-weekly collaboration with the big urban districts to talk about what's going on there, San Francisco, Oakland, and San Jose. And then our task force meetings have taken place the last two Wednesdays and today as well, I should say. And as I mentioned in my superintendent's report, we do have a July 20th deadline for the county, but we've set an internal deadline of July 9th for a first draft. So we hope to be done with a first draft on the 9th and be able to share that back to the board and to the community in some way, shape, or form. I just wanted to say, we all want to use this opportunity to really think transformatively about education now that we are really in a different space. I will say the primary purpose of our plan is first and foremost to get our students back to school and get them back to school safely. So while we continue to work on the wider systems transformation, our real work right now is how do we get our students and our staff back in our buildings safely and educated in a very rigorous way. And as I mentioned, we're looking at multiple options. We can go to the next slide. So some of the opportunities that are presenting themselves for 2021 is that we continue to have an opportunity to dedicate resources to the students most in need. We'll see some of the money that comes from the state and federal government asking us to do just that. And we also know that if we can only bring in certain students to our building, we'll start with the ones most in need. It's going to allow us and push us to really redefine and rethink about our multi-tiered systems of support. We know we're going to have a lot of mental health challenges with students coming back who have been struggling. And so we will plan for that. And again, really thinking about these new models of teaching and learning. The big challenges are facility capacity and readiness, staff health and well-being. We know many of our staff have challenges either taking care of family that may be sick, their own health, underlying conditions, etc. So making sure we have the attendance for staff and students. So with limited staff, really thinking about substitutes, et cetera, and being proactive and prepared for that. Labor negotiations, much of what we do is in contract language. So if there are things that we want to do differently, we will have to negotiate that. And finally, of course, budget is a big key. Do we have enough money to pay for the safety materials, the additional staff needs, the hardware, software, PD, etc. So these are some of the things that we're facing as we work towards our plan release on the 20th. We can go to the next slide. I showed you this picture of Washington, but I wanted to show you something else, which is when we went into the Washington classroom, the thing we had to do was take out so much. So we had to take out so many desks, chairs, tables, just to make this work for the 6 square foot separation. So this is going to be another challenge if we have to move, 70% of the materials in our buildings. So wanted you to see that as we've gone in and we've started running these scenarios and looking at what the schools would look like in a smaller space. We may get some county health guidelines that allow us to do 4 feet apart, which would really help things. But we're waiting to get that officially. We can go to the next slide. So I'm going to turn this over to Tracy Logan, who's been working feverishly to make sure Chromebooks and internet access are out to our students.
Thank you. So as we prepare for multiple scenarios, wanted to update the board and the public to let you know that we have moved forward in terms of our access to Chromebooks. So we've placed orders and we are looking to receive Chromebooks by the end of July. So we should have devices in the hands of students in August. And by students, I mean all students. So our youngest learners from our pre-K, TK, and kinders all the way up through 12th graders. We are also continuing to focus on our hotspot outreach this summer. Very grateful for a $161,000 hotspot donation via the Silicon Valley Community Foundation that will help us fund the needed hotspots for our students. We've completed a second round of super spot testing in our public housing communities, and we are in the process of pinpointing exactly the sort of most strategic location to place those hotspots to have maximum use and density for our students. And then we continue to work with the City of Richmond around expanding existing city Wi-Fi and continue to look and work with our E-rate consultants and partners to see what can be done from an FCC perspective in terms of funding off-campus internet. So as we've mentioned in each of our meetings throughout distance learning this spring, we've been tracking participation on a weekly basis. Our average is 83% present and 17% absent. And our focus has really been those students who've been consecutively absent or chronically absent over the course of this spring, since spring break. So we had mentioned in a previous meeting that there were 913 students that our schools were focused on. That decreased then down to 753, and that is our focus for this summer. So in the way that schools have been doing tiered outreach to families, that work will continue and has already begun this summer. If I go to the next slide, who are those 753 students? You can see there's a breakdown there by ethnicity and by subgroup. And when we say outreach, this is a tier 3 level of outreach. So it will be making phone calls, but then also doing home visits. So doing essentially whatever it takes to find these students, what's going on with students and families, and what can we do to both re-engage as well as to provide support to families. So whether it be food, hotspots, mental health services and support, that is the work of our community outreach workers this summer to, again, identify and make sure that we can re-engage students before we return in August. So I won't go into this slide, just a quick snapshot. This was the work that was done over this spring that will continue this summer and really expand into next year as we make sure we're prepared to support students, all students with the access that they need to learning. And then lastly, just wanted to give a quick visual so folks can wrap heads around when we talk about students who don't have access to home internet, where are these students and where do they live? So the majority of our students you can see are the black dots there. The blue dots are schools, the black dots are students, and our majority concentrated in Richmond and San Pablo. So that is our work, and we are pursuing various options to get as many students connected reliably as possible. I'll turn it back to either Superintendent Duffy or Dr. Guerrero.
Sure. A note to our board on the previous slide. I think the board is pretty clear on what we're doing around meals. So we've just combined summer learning and meals. So you see that on one slide. And if we move to it, I'm happy to speak to it. Our summer learning, we're running our programs for special education students and credit recovery and newcomer students. We're doing a grade 5-6 reading recovery program. And then we're doing tiered outreach, as Ms. Logan mentioned, about the students who are unengaged. So that is happening on multiple levels, calls, community partners, home visits across the district with our school community outreach workers. Like to thank Dr. Guerrero and her team. They've put up curated content that's going to be available for all families through our website for all students. So there'll be 10 weeks of content connected to literature in English and Spanish. So we're providing a lot, as much as we can, for our students this summer. And then we are now over 2 million meals served for our students at the same school sites as well as our community centers. And the city of Richmond is offering virtual summer camps with meals available for pickup also at the following, as you see there. So all of this information is again on our site, and please don't hesitate to connect for more. Let's keep going. So on communications, we've completed our graduation videos, and they will be ready the first week of July for our students. We continue with the return to school planning and support. During the school year, when students were in, we were doing newsletters every Tuesday and Friday to the community. We've slowed that down a little bit over these couple of weeks as we took a breath from the end of school, and we'll be starting to ramp back up as we get closer to school. So we're doing one a week or so, and then we'll work to get back to 2 if that's what we think is necessary. As I mentioned in my superintendent's report, we called it a CTE, but it's really a business to education executive board. And our communications team continues to support the summer efforts. I'll turn it over to Dr. Wold, who can give a bit of an update on what's happening with the state budget.
So good evening, trustees. On June 15th, the legislature did pass a budget that they sent to the governor that was vastly different than the governor's proposal, as we expected. At that point, the negotiations began between the governor and the legislature. And this week on Monday evening, they started to announce the skeleton version of what those negotiations and compromises were. We do believe, and we still continue to believe, that there may be an additional adjustment based on August state tax revenue. And this budget very much relies on significant one-time additional federal stimulus funds, which have not yet been guaranteed. The timeline that we articulated to the board is fitting perfectly with the new requirements the state is putting forward. Next slide. If we look at the key details of the proposal, at the budget adoption, we provided 2 MYPs, multi-year projections to the board. One was a worst case scenario based on the governor's proposal. The second one was the best case scenario based on the legislature's proposal. In that case, we would have been at approximately 16 million that we would need to make in reductions. That proposal, however, included a COLA of 2.31%. In the agreement, LCFF funding will remain flat. We will get the same dollar amount per pupil as this current year, but there will be a 0% COLA built into it. It then utilizes, to offset the lost revenue, 3 different pots of CARES Act funds. The first pot is $1.5 billion for students with disabilities. That's approximately $7.8 million, we believe, to this district. That money was in our adopted budget. We expected those dollars. We knew on both sides that that was something that they were going to do. The argument and the area that was really being debated was how to spend the rest of CARES Act. The governor had dug his heels in that it only should be provided to school districts that receive concentration grant funds. The legislature felt that it should be distributed on an equal per ADA basis to all school districts. They ended up compromising, and $2.86 billion of that will be provided to districts based on concentration grant percentages. For us, that's $14.7 million that was not in our adopted budget. So these are new dollars. We're waiting for the very specific rules and regulations, and I'll talk a little bit more about the accountability on how those dollars can be spent and whether they can be utilized to offset lost revenue or whether they'll be required for additional programs and expenditures. The second $980 million statewide is going to be distributed to all school districts based on enrollment. We will also receive a portion of that, approximately $4.4 million, that is also not in the budget. So the positive news is we're looking at, while we had a cut target of 16 million for 1 year and another 16 million for the second year, we're losing approximately 8 million in revenue because of no COLA, but there is a one-time augmentation that we didn't have in the budget of more than 18, almost $19 million that we anticipate once it's calculated and all the trailer bills come out in July and August. In addition, the governor did agree to ADA hold harmless language, meaning that just like this year, we will continue to be funded for all of our students that were enrolled based on our ADA percentage last school year. We do have several requirements that are not changed, however. 180 instructional days will be required, and the instructional minutes requirement remains that we must meet and demonstrate instructional minutes. What this will require is for the district to identify the value, the time value of independent assessments, and work with our teachers union to define that so that we can quantify instructional minutes. In addition, there are going to be very specific procedures required to re-engage absent students. As both Tracy, Logan, and the superintendent talked about, this year we have already begun exactly that, and we're going and finding each and every one of those students that were not engaged and ensuring that we find a way to bring them back. That's going to be a requirement for documentation as we move forward to remain and receive ADA funding. If we can go to the next slide, please. Some other key portions of this is the state is relying very heavily on deferral. And so a deferral, the simplest way to explain is that the state will allow us to consider this as revenue received. However, they will not actually give us the cash until a later date. And so what you'll see is across 4 months, plus the deferral this month in June, more than $10 billion are being deferred. And what you're seeing is we will not receive any state revenue for the months of February, March, April, or May of 2021. We will be bringing forward to the board on the second board meeting of every month. We'll be bringing an updated cash flow analysis. We're already engaged with our financial advisor, K&N, to determine when in January, February, March, we may need to go out and do some borrowing. That borrowing may require us to borrow across years because the repayments do not fully come back until November of 2021. It's important also to understand that when the state uses a deferral as a budget solution, it's a 1-year solution for the state. The next year, they have to repay that and continue to pay all their other obligations. So if the state does not get additional revenue from the federal government, they will have a very difficult time, 1, repaying the deferral, and 2, not bringing forward equal amounts of cuts for the next year. So this is definitely a concern for us and a hope that the federal government does step up. One of the big changes is the local control accountability plan that was to be due in December is no longer required at all next year. What is required is the LCFF budget overview for parents We made a promise to our community that we're going to put all funds in the LCAP and report that. We're still going to meet that promise, even with an LCAP requirement gone. However, there is a brand new plan that we will have to adopt by September 30th, 2020. This is called the Learning Continuity and Attendance Plan. Somewhat ironically, LCAP. So for best terms, we're going to say new LCAP, because the old LCAP will come back in June of 2021 as we go forward. If we go to the next slide, I'll talk about what the Learning Continuity and Attendance Plan requires. A template will be adopted and distributed in August. None has been created at this point. We will then have the month of September when we bring unaudited actuals and our updated budget to the board to approve not only that, but this new learning continuity plan. So in a sense, September becomes June, which is exactly what we had presented to the board previously, that we anticipated we would have to do a revision. They do align directly to the work that we are doing this summer, the curated curriculum, the staff development directed for students through Teachers College, and the identification of students that have been disengaged. We will need to, in that plan, identify the impact that COVID-19 has had in areas of health, safety, student participation, again, the time value of student work. We'll identify exactly how we're going to be focused on learning loss. Tonight, we talked quite a bit about the need to have programs directed for our English learners and our African American students. That'll be addressed directly in the plans that we were already creating to ensure that those things happen. It will talk about our outreach, how we're going to provide support for those at-risk students, and the professional development for educators, along with the meal requirement continued. Next slide, please. So our next steps, we continue exactly with the plan that we had implemented to get our back to school plan put together. That will dictate our priorities and our needs. That next presentation would be at the July 15th board meeting, as Superintendent Duffy discussed. We will determine exactly what revisions the state is going to do once they quantify July tax revenue in the August revision. That will give us the foundation for any multi-year projection changes we need to do, as well as the driving influences to create our learning continuity and attendance plan. We'll continue to look at what learning loss supports are most essential as we finalize that return to school plan. And as Superintendent Duffy stated, if we're unable to bring all students back, how can we bring the most needy back with the devoted resources that are available? We'll then bring the revised budget and the LCAP to the board in September 2020, which allows us to spend, as we define our plan, spend significant time with our stakeholders, our community, to identify the absolute #1 priorities and direct all available resources to meeting student needs. We feel very confident that the plan that we put together and that the board adopted with these timelines, we are poised exceptionally well to provide better service than we could have anticipated under this current budget situation. And so the board has put this district in a better footing than many other districts throughout the state. With that, I believe that is the end of.
Yeah, I think that's the end of our COVID report. Again, all focused really towards next year. Happy to take any questions if there are any before we go to our next report. And I think Trustee Laura is facilitating right now.
Go. Yeah, are there any questions, trustees?
Board Member Laura, we do have one public comment.
Oh, I'm sorry. Okay.
Okay. Kate Burkhart.
Yes, thank you for taking my comments. My concern is for the special ed kids and the kids that have a hard time concentrating. It must be so hard for the parents of these children. We send our teachers to 5 years of schooling to become special ed teachers. And here the parents are expected to kind of play that role. And it must be very difficult. And I'm glad that you're looking at helping those students and hopefully those parents as well, if there is a distant learning. So thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you. Are there any other public comments? Mr. Walton?
Yes, Ms. Laura. Zulon Harrison raised her hand. So, Ms. Harrison.
Yes, can you guys hear me? Hello?
Yes, we can.
Okay, all right, let me know. That was my concern also. You guys made very little mention, if we have to continue distance learning, how will you support the parents? I have a daughter that is in special ed, and it was very, very challenging these past months trying to support her because she wasn't handicapped, so she couldn't go to summer school. And it just was really hard trying to accomplish tasks with her and get her to log on and do the things that were expected of her. And then whose fault is it? Is it the teachers? We know it's just parents. I think if you are going to require us to support our children with distance learning, that needs to be a part of the plan on how that's going to look at home and what does the home environment look like for the child. Is everything adequate for that child at home to learn? So I think that needs to be a bigger part of you guys' conversation when we're talking about how we're going to roll out distance learning. That's all. Thank you.
Ms. Laura, we have 2 months.
Also for facilitating while I have to step away.
Okay, go ahead.
Yes, Mr. Walton. Thank you.
Hi, Ms. Hernandez-Jarvis. My apologies.
No worries. Thank you.
Just so you know, we have 3 speakers who've now raised their hands. They raised their hands after the first 2 speakers began to speak. It's up to you whether you want me to call on them. I believe you're muted, Ms. Hernandez-Jarvis.
So sorry, I thought I was unmuted. So you said the 3 speakers that have their hands up right now raise their hands after
the public comment began. So there's 2 now at this point.
I would request that this is a tough decision. Usually we give 3 minutes when there's less than 10. I mean, I definitely want to hear the public on this one, and I want everybody to be mindful that it's 9:38. So if we can have the public comments from our public, if we can keep that in mind, that would be great. But I don't want to shut them down. Thank you.
Okay. The next speaker is Shakira Reynolds. Ms. Reynolds.
Good evening. I was actually just calling to thank you all for what's going on in summer school for special education students. Both of my children are in summer school, and I think there are some really valuable lessons we can take away from the way summer school is being run. It's great live teaching, material disbursement and things like that. And so I really just wanted to lift that up and thank you all for the services that are being given, but also echo the the 2 people who spoke before us, and just make sure that we're clear in this environment that we really have to have equity at the forefront, and that our special needs students are going to need more and different than our neurotypical and gen ed students. Thank you. I can see the rest of my time.
Thank you.
The next public speaker is Estella DePaz. Ms. DePaz, if you can unmute yourself.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Walton. Good evening once again. A comment about what Superintendent Duffy said about we have an opportunity for transformative change happening right now, which I completely agree. But one thing that we need to really be very mindful about with the new experience and the changes that are happening with our students' lives going on distance learning and using a lot of technology is the fact that if they're not in the classroom, they automatically lose that sense of community. That happens when they're actually physically with their peers. So right now, a lot of our students being on their own by themselves do not have that kind of community that gives them that sense of belonging. This, of course, exacerbates all of the mental health issues that we know that a lot of our schools are already grappling with. So I really urge you to please be very mindful that the things that we have done when we actually cut the full service community schools budget and reduced a lot of the services that we're getting from the county is going to create bigger problems for our students, and we need to learn how to navigate that and come up with a plan. The good thing, of course, is that a lot of the principals and administrators that I'm working with, I know are thinking about this and are coming up with a plan. I urge you to please make sure that we get those plans out to the community because we are willing to help and we're also worried about the same things that you are. Thank you.
Thank you.
Our final public speaker is Kathleen Caton Romero.
So it's Kathleen Romero. I'm with the Teamsters Union, and I want to thank you for bringing up all of these various issues. I think it's important to remember as we move forward that the equity issue in terms of internet and online learning is also a challenge for some of our classified staff. They have oftentimes our aides, our yard supervisors, our many of the staff have not been expected to do much on the internet or communications through email. So I don't want them to be left behind as we make this giant shift, and that has to be taken into account as well. And we need to get creative on how we utilize the employment resources that we have and make that available to all. So I think the task force is doing a lot of work in bringing all of these various issues to the forefront. But I just really want to, I feel like there have been some situations that have popped up recently where classified staff have been sort of not supported at the same level. So I want to just put that out there. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
And that will conclude our public comment on this item.
Thank you, Mr. Walton. Thank you. Sorry to interrupt. My audio got cut out. I just heard you finish right now. Thank you, Mr. Walton. So, board, we will get to have a discussion. It feels like we have not actually had a discussion this evening, and we're finally about to have one. So if we can begin with our discussion, keeping in mind that it is, 9:43, Trustee Lara, followed by Trustee Panas, Trustee Cuevas, Trustee Phillips, and then myself. And before Trustee Lara, actually, Student Trustee Vasquez Timola, and let us know if you would like to go after or if you would like to go first. Thank you.
Would you, oh, sorry. Do you want me to talk about the thing that you and I discussed 2 weeks ago that I should bring up at that meeting, but we didn't get to?
You can do that, yeah, for sure.
Okay.
I sent a note to Superintendent Duffy too, so feel free to.
Okay, thank you. So this is a little bit late because it was meant for 2 weeks ago. So when I read this, if you guys can go back about 2 weeks, that's when I wrote it. That's when it kind of takes place. I put something together because of an encounter that I had with a teacher that I felt was racially motivated and just biased. What was really hard about that for me was we were going through all this, and I had these arguments about with my teacher during the last few days of school. So when I should have been celebrating and being happy that I was finished with school, I was stressed about almost failing this class when I knew I shouldn't have. So I put something together to tell you.
We lost you, Dawit, your audio.
Hello, can you hear me now?
Yeah.
Okay. Well, so I think right now with COVID-19, I feel like, in my opinion, this is a time when we can really see racism and bias even more clearly than we did before. because we're further away from the teacher. We can't really correct the teacher in person. And so I think that just makes it easier for teachers to be racist and to be biased. So here's what I wrote. I am co-founder of the Youth Solidarity Project, a diverse group of high school students that came together over the last week, so 3 weeks ago, to respond to the killing of George Floyd and other African Americans. On Monday, we led our first protest in Richmond and included youth from across our district. We had about 500 people turn up and are planning a number of educational and advocacy events in the weeks to come. Our hope is to establish chapters of this group throughout schools in our district. The love and support we received at the march was incredible. I love being in an area of the country that celebrates diversity and in a school district that is also rich in diversity. However, it's exactly this reality that makes it even more disheartening to be regularly faced with racism within these very diverse schools. In addition to the inequalities we have discussed in these meetings, I want to share with you my own experience of racism in the classroom. I share it because I know I am not the only one with experiences like these. I am grateful for those who helped me navigate them, but I am very concerned for many of our students who do not have the needed support, and the fact that teachers do not seem to have the needed preparation to be aware and deal with their own racism. As I've gotten older, it has been more and more clear that many teachers do not always understand that they are being racist, and I think that this is a huge problem. As I share just two of the experiences I've had, it is important that you take into consideration that even though my school is almost 20% African American, I am usually the only Black male in my AP classes. What is sad is that my experiences are as stereotypical as they could be. In one of my classes last year, I experienced the usual reality that I didn't get called on regularly as other students. However, the teacher would try to shame me in front of the class for the smallest things, such as answering a question wrong or call me out for talking when I shouldn't have been, even though the whole class was acting up at that time. I felt the teacher was being more and more hostile towards me as the class progressed. In one of these instances, he got really mad all of a sudden and kicked me out of the class like I was a second grader. He then left me standing outside for 20 minutes, after which he came out really angry and told me that if I kept doing what I was doing, he would remove me from the class entirely. At this point, we had already been more than halfway through the class, and he literally just upfront told me, I will get you kicked out of my class if you keep acting up how you are. He wouldn't have it when I tried to defend myself. He thought I was talking back to him. So when my dad finally came to confront him about this, the whole time he kept denying it had anything to do with race. We got nothing accomplished. I was glad when that class was done, but I can tell you that the tension negatively impacted my learning. That was over a year ago, and I still remember it really clearly. And to some people, it may not seem like it was a really big thing, but it was really frustrating to me because I think in some ways I can't help but think, like, what if I was white? Like, how would I have been treated differently? How would have my grade been impacted differently? When I'm competing to go to a college, I'm competing with every color and every race and every ethnicity, right? So if I go into it, I'm being treated not equally as others, it makes it harder for me to get into those same colleges. A recent situation happened just 3 weeks ago, right when school was ending. After I turned in all my work, I was shocked to see that I got a D- in the class. When I asked my teacher about it in an email, he told me I didn't do all my work and that I should be happy that he was helping me by at least giving me a 60%, which is a passing grade. As I tried to clarify that I had completed and turned in all my work, he became more agitated and accused me of trying to manipulate him. He said that I quote, I understand your anger, but I can now allow myself to be emotionally swayed to pass you for a class you did not complete. After several heated email exchanges, he finally realized I had submitted all my work as I had told him, and so he finally did change my grade. He told me that he hadn't downloaded for him the first time. He never apologized to me or recognized how embarrassing it was for me to have to challenge him in that way. It seemed to me that I was the only student with this problem. Again, no student should be subjected to this and would likely discourage many students from doing their best in the class. As we chant and claim Black Lives Matter, we should ensure that they matter in the classroom. They should matter enough for teachers to receive more extensive anti-racism training, provide ways for students to be heard and believed when they experience racism in the classroom. This is even more important given the fact that unlike the makeup of the student body, only 10% of the teachers are Black and close to 60% are white. So that's all I got written. So just again, I'm telling you this now because with COVID-19, I just feel that racism and all this bias and systematic, racism overall is seen more clearly than it was before, but it also gives a teacher a way, like a escape from all this because they don't have to see the kid in person. All they have to do is just get on Power School and do whatever they need to, or just do it in email. A kid cannot confront them at this moment, right, with COVID-19. So that's why I think this is really important time right now that we do even focus more on how our people of color are being treated in the classrooms and make sure that teachers are getting their proper education so that they know how to better educate these kids in a more safe and not racist way. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Trustee Vasquez Zamala, for sharing that. And I know that those experiences are not easy to experience and to share it and to remember it and reshare it again. So thank you for that, for being vulnerable and for sharing that with us, as part of the community in the district and with everybody else who is also watching at home. Again, I think that your contributions to this board and to this school district are incredible, and I thank you for sharing that that experience that you had, and I look forward to having more conversations and seeing how we can actually take steps to prevent these from happening and to ensure that we minimize them and have implicit bias training and anti-racist educational practices as well for our educators. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Trustee Lara?
Thank you for that sharing of that experience, Trustee Vasquez Zamala. I appreciate that very much. And of course, all of these things are uppermost in all of our minds about what can we do differently and how we can't go back to the way things were. And I do think a lot about how systemic racism is institutionalized in such a way that we just think it's normal. It's almost like it's got to be pointed out to you. That's not normal. That's not the way it's supposed to be. You just kind of accept it, get used to being treated a certain way. But the times have changed, and we are all much more aware, for sure. So we all have a lot of education to do within ourselves and with each other. I think that's all I want to share right now at this time. Thank you.
Thank you. Trustee Panas?
Thank you very much, President Hernandez-Jarvis. And Trustee Vasquez Zamala, I'd like to thank you for calling out racism when you see it. I think it makes us a better district when you do that, and it makes us all aware of the work that we need to be doing. So thank you so much for that. I've got some questions on the COVID report. We're talking about having these meetings every week, and I'm wondering, are there specific outcomes expected for every meeting, and are there major milestones that we're laying down that we need to be hitting in terms of planning for these meetings?
Yes, there are. There's an entire project management plan, which we're happy to share with you. But we have bucketed areas of academics, safety, technology, facilities. So outcomes are to make sure we're ready in all of those areas. We have plans in all of those areas. Happy to share with the board some of the more detailed project plans if you'd like.
That'd be great. I'd love to see that. So I'm wondering, during this crisis, if we have come to any conclusions about specifically about what we've learned about our students, particularly our less privileged students that we didn't know before, and how that might impact our instruction going forward?
I would say yes and no, meaning yes, we've learned a lot from the feedback we received through the spring, what we're getting back from a lot of our surveys from students and parents, what we will get from the focus groups that different representatives are putting together with their groups, parent groups. Dawit is one of the leaders of getting student feedback also. So that is all kind of a work in progress, but we certainly have heard from students in the first round of distance learning, what worked for them, what didn't work, you know, what was successful inside of classrooms, what wasn't. So we'll be tailoring that all together to put a plan with those best practices in place for everyone.
Okay, thank you. We have this interesting thing called the Common Core. And I'm wondering if we are attempting, if we're thinking, or maybe we haven't decided yet, if at the beginning of the year, we're going to try and do a catch up on Common Core standards that weren't taught, or are we going to like wait in the place in the curriculum where a certain common act, something we're teaching is relied on another Common Core standard that wasn't taught last spring, and then lean in and teach that right then?
That's a great question. We haven't answered that yet.
Okay. Have we thought very much about a plan for assessing where individual student learning is as our students return, or are we just gonna kind of be stuck with making a broad assumption about what our students learned and didn't learn last year and push forward from there?
No, we're not going to make assumptions. We don't have the SBAC, right, which was a summative tool that was helpful, although many people would argue that what you get back from the SBAC is incredibly limited. So we will use the tools that we have available. So we do have our STAR reading assessment system, the benchmark assessment system that we've been using for many years. That will still be in play through our early literacy work. We'll be doing a lot of running records with our students to read with them in the lower levels. You know, teachers will be using their own diagnostics where they can, and we're finalizing any software that will be available across the board. But you know, we will definitely have tools to do diagnostics for our students.
Okay. Ms. Logan talked about, I think, 753 students that we haven't had any contact with since the spring break, and that we're trying to make contact with in the summer. I'm just curious, do we have a number? How many students do we typically lose over summer? So students who were going to school with us in the spring and who don't return to school in the fall. Is there some kind of number that we have on that? Or
like
they in the Friday memo?
They leave our district in terms of
essentially, yeah.
You know, I don't have that in front of me. We can get that for you. You know, it's usually a significant number, especially at the transition years of going into middle, going into high school, where we do lose students. We do track inter-district transfers very closely, so we have the number going out versus coming in. So we can get that to you. I don't know if that that's an underlying question to another one, maybe.
No, not really. I tried to compare that 753 who have basically gone away with what our normal experience would be.
Also just add to that, Mr. Panas, so in addition to providing the inter-district transfer numbers in a Friday memo, we can also share in a couple of weeks the results of our outreach efforts, how many students we were able to find, exactly what was going on with students and how many may have left the district. So that can help inform as well.
That'd be great, thank you. I have a couple of questions about the material that Dr. Wu presented. I'm now reading that the IRS says it may extend the tax filing deadline again. So states would probably go along with that. So the previous extension of a tax filing deadline was particularly hard on all public agencies because it moved across essentially a fiscal year. This one wouldn't move across a fiscal year if it happened. It might still force the state to want to do some deferrals, but do you have any thoughts about what the impact would be if the federal government pushes out the tax filing deadline?
I think there'd be two impacts for it, because now you're going to be pushing two tax bills very close to each other for every taxpayer. Because as is now, it's in July. Unless they're going to extend the subsequent year's tax there, you could be in a position where you're having to pay taxes in November plus your property taxes and turn right back around and pay income tax again for the subsequent year in April. I think that's going to put even more of a pressure on taxpayers that are already struggling with cash to bring forward, which could impact the state's ability to provide direct revenue to school districts. So should that happen, what you may see is additional deferrals added on to what has already been built in, because they're building it on an August date. So indeed, that would be something of concern for us there, and we would bring back it as that happens. We would try to bring back to the board as soon as possible a quantification of what that might mean.
Okay. You talked about how part of the agreement between the legislature and the governor had to do with there's not going to be an LCAP required this year. Is the DLCAP committee still going to have an advisory role in creating any of those associated documents that you're talking about now?
So we're waiting for the full guidance on that, and we should have that in the next couple of weeks as the trailer bills are fully written and brought forward. But the whole concept, the DLCAP is too valuable of an organization and an entity to not continue to do the work they're doing. We believe that a lot of the new learning continuity plan would fit right into that same component. And again, we've already made the promise to bring all funds into a summary report. So we would continue to work with each of the groups, the DLCAP, the MDAC, all of the groups that are in place, even without the requirement. We just may not create the report, but we still would do the work and the analysis and work towards that transparency.
Okay, just one last little thing here. The financial impact on the pricey for this item is none. And I just think it would help the board and the public, even if the staff said, we estimate that this has been an additional $3.2 million in costs, and we expect that the state will reimburse us a certain percent for that. I think that would just be helpful if we were able to give a ballpark number as to what the real financial impact of this is.
So that would fall directly on me. We didn't get the information about the state budget until really Tuesday. And so we just didn't update the precies. We tried to get some of the slides to bring the most up-to-date information at the last moment to the board there. And we're still working to quantify what this means.
Okay, thank you very much. Those are my questions.
Thank you. Thank you, Trustee Panas. Trustee Cuevas?
Madam Chair, I don't have any comments, but I will let everybody know I'm going to need to excuse myself at this time. My wife's not feeling well, and since it's just us, I'm going to have to tend to her. But we want to talk about COVID-19. You know, people, things like thermometers, things like people might need that we know are real part of the experience right now. We're all experiencing it together. My wife might need a thermometer right now, but every store is closed, and I haven't been able to get one before this time. There's probably nothing wrong with her, but we live in a time when I'm not sure. So I'm going to have to go now. And I just want to remind us that we be kind to each other as we do this work, that we think about the language that we use in particular, that we think about the whole or the half stories we tell in the facts of what happens, because we need accurate facts and a willingness to talk about everything as we deliberate all the issues before us, but that we not forget that we're all human beings and that we need to take care of each other. And that once we start doing that, then we'll be in a good position to address all the other ills that I know historically we haven't had the courage to do. So I wish everybody a good night, and I hope you'll be well. And I'll check in with everybody tomorrow. Take care. Bye.
Thank you, Trustee Cuevas. Take care. And I hope your wife feels better. Thank you. Trustee not Trustee Panas, Trustee Phillips.
Thank you. I have a couple of questions, but I want to start with the comment that Dawit shared with us about his experience. I think it's very important that when we hear things like that, that we not only acknowledge it, but that we actually address it. All of us were teenagers at one time. And I think if we can try to remember what that felt like, even if we were in different places or had different experiences, it wasn't always an easy thing. And sometimes adults don't make it any easier. When we have children at school, there is a power dynamic between students and teachers, and quite frankly, there should be. But we do need to acknowledge that there is. And if there is a student who feels that he or she is being mistreated, that student may or may not feel comfortable actually challenging an adult. I mean, I'll just give you an example. If you have a 14-year-old or a 13-year-old, we're going to go to junior high schools, and they're having a problem with a 40-year-old or a 50-year-old or a 30-year-old, that student may not feel comfortable. And in this situation, Dawit's dad had the ability to come down to the school and advocate for him. But every child doesn't have that person to come down and advocate for him or her. I really believe that we should set up some kind of system that gives students, because they're really, they don't like to be called this, but they're children, right? That gives children someone on campus that if they feel that they're being discriminated against, that they can go to this person. Someone in-house, maybe it's a vice principal, maybe it's one of the counselors, but a dedicated person that they can go to and say, hey, I'm having this problem with this person. And I've tried to say something, or you know what, I didn't try because I'm scared, or I'm uncomfortable, or I just don't know how to approach it because the person that I'm having a problem with is a grown man, or a grown woman, and I'm a kid. And this person, whoever this person is, should be able to act, in my opinion, as a mediator, for example, or an advocate. And sometimes the student is right. Sometimes they're wrong. But I think a lot of times they have a lot of difficulty working through these problems because they're not working through these problems with their peers. They're working through these problems with people who are substantially older than they are. And so I think if we really want to create a situation where we are, and I know we want to create this situation because I hear everybody talking about it, but if we really want to create a situation where we are actually taking affirmative steps to begin to dismantle some of the things that have been put in place that have hindered, frankly, generations of kids in this community and communities like this one, this is a way to do it. Just by making sure, and we don't even have to, like I said, we don't have to reinvent the wheel. We don't have to, issue a contract to an outside agency where they, we don't have to do all that. We could dedicate one person. And I'm, you know what, and to be totally honest with you, I wouldn't be surprised with our school community that if we put this in place, that there wouldn't even be some people who would volunteer to play that role, because I know that we have people on our staff who don't think and don't feel that everyone is being treated the way they should be at all times. So, I don't know if that's an agenda item or whatnot, but I do think that this is something that we can address, that we don't have to just acknowledge, but that we could address so this doesn't happen to the next child. And if it does happen to the next child, there is something put in place to give that child, frankly, a fighting chance in a situation where he or she is being mistreated. So Dawit, thank you very much again for sharing. I hope that we're able to move forward with this idea or another idea. I'm open. It doesn't have to be my way, but I just want us to actually take some concrete steps to address the issue that he is talking about, because he's not just speaking for himself. He's speaking for, as he likes to say, he has people he has to represent, and he's representing other students. So that is my comment on that. The next one is a couple of weeks ago, our supervisor, John Joya, he offered to come here to one of our meetings with the health officer from the county and make a presentation. And I know we keep doing these COVID updates, but I think it would be very beneficial for the whole board and frankly, the viewing community to be able to hear some of this stuff from the horse's mouth. And when I mean the horse's mouth, I mean the county health officer, because that's really where a lot of this stuff is coming. I know Superintendent Duffy or President Hernandez Jarvis, one of you or both of you said that you would be reaching out to Supervisor Joya. If you guys could, I don't know if you've gotten a chance to do that. I know he's very busy, but if you haven't gotten a chance to do it, he did make the offer. He has been very diligent about keeping our community informed, and I think we owe it to ourselves as we make decisions, and that we owe it to our community as they live through this to make sure that we are getting all of the information out to them that we can. A question around the COVID plan. I understand it needs to get to this county by the 20th, and that we have an internal deadline, I think Mr. Duffy said, of the 9th. Is that COVID plan going to be brought to the school board for review before it goes to the county?
So we have two deadlines. One is just sort of the first skeleton framework, like what is this looking like? We set that for ourselves the 9th. And then to turn around and get feedback on that and get it to the county on the 20th. We'd like to be finished, if we can, on the 17th. That's a Friday. So wherever we are on the 15th of July, when we have the board meeting, that's what we would bring to the school board and say, this is where we are. This is our best thinking right now. This is our most vetted plan. And the school board could give us feedback on that and would certainly have time to make any amendments, direct anything before we ship it off to the county. The county is not going to do like a formal vote on it, but they are going to look at it with the health officer, comb through it, make sure they're not seeing any red flags, and then send their comments back to us.
Okay. The reason that I bring this up, and first I want to say I do appreciate everyone who has been serving on the task force. I understand that there are multiple committees that are going on right now, and that we have staff members, that we have parents, that we have unions, that there are frankly just a wide array of people doing this. So I want to say thank you to everybody. But what I don't want people to forget is that while this work in the task force is going on, there's still 5 people, and those are the board members that are frankly ultimately responsible if these kids go back to school in an unsafe way. Mm-hmm. So not that I don't appreciate the work that people are doing. I definitely appreciate it, and I definitely think that it's needed to do this in a community fashion. But this board does need to see and have comment, and maybe the board will see it and be like, this is great. I don't know. I'm not speaking for the board, but I don't want us to forget that there is a board. And if something goes wrong, they're not going to be calling the task force and sending emails to the task force and cussing at the task force. They'll be cussing at us, and rightfully so. So please bring that back to the board before it goes to the county. And then the last one is the food sites. So I understand we have been keeping the same school sites that we've had when we started doing the emergency food through COVID. One of the problems that we had is that children who live in, who go to school at Bayview are actually traveling an extremely far distance across town to Riverside for food. And what I am requesting is that we actually open up a food site at Bayview, because there are a lot of kids over there, and the distance between Riverside and Bayview or Helms and Bayview, that is extremely far. And I mean, I live in the city of Richmond. Richmond seems to be covered. I'm glad that it's covered, but when I look at the number of sites that we have in the city of Richmond, and then when I look at what we have in San Pablo, when quite frankly, even though there should be fewer sites in San Pablo because it's about a third or a quarter of the size, there are not enough sites for the amount of children that are there, and the socioeconomic stats for San Pablo are very similar to Richmond. It's the same population. It's a different city, but it's the same population. So I want us to actually open up a site at Bayview so those kids are actually able to eat, because right now there are big problems with that. So those are my comments. Thank you very much for the time.
Thank you, Trustee Phillips. I agree. I will follow up about reaching out to our county health officials and to County Supervisor Joy as well, to see when we can have that meeting and have them come and explain, the current situation, because we are seeing that there are COVID-19 numbers on the rise. And I think that keeping everybody's children and our staff and everybody's families healthy, especially like our volunteers. We have a lot of volunteers and older population of teachers too. Like, what does that mean? What's the implication for that? So I'm really grateful to be able to participate in the reopening task force. And I know it's a lot of work that people are putting into this. And I want to reiterate that safety is key in access to public education and to meals and to a safe environment during this time is what we really need to be prioritizing for kids. With that said too, I think that there's also priorities that we have and that we are entrusted with, and what Trustee Vasquez Sumala shared with us is that he experienced something that I think is not simply anecdotal. It's not just something that has happened to him or that it's only at his site. It's something that I think other kids can also relate to. And I know as myself, a child who got kicked out of classes and didn't have the best middle school experience, and luckily had good teachers and mentors in high school, I was able to make it through and go to college. But that was not necessarily an option that my parents or myself ever really planned to have due to other institutionalized racist practices. But anyway, I just want to say thank you again to our student trustee, because I think the discussion that we need to be having honestly, and I think like happening in our district have been aggravated by the current situation. And it is an imbalance of power. I think like Trustee Phillips pointed out, like we have children in our district that we need to protect. Like, even if you're in high school, even if you're in middle school, you're a child. We have younger children, we have older children, we have children in between and middle childhood. But it's just like it's a matter of looking at kids as kids and not allowing for experiences that adults may be more equipped to handle, but still shouldn't have to experience. And I think that we need to stop asking even like more kids, like we need to be here to listen, but we need to stop waiting for more stories of trauma and extracting that kind of pain, because we've listened to enough stories. I think, you know, it's been time to act for a long time. Last year, I brought up the idea of trying to pursue an anti-racist educational framework, and there was not a lot of energy around that, but I think this is something that we're definitely going to take up in governance and talk about it as a board too, because we need to see how even our grading policies, how are they punitive? How may they punish students in a way that may look colorblind, but it's actually having a long-term impact on them. And I know that when we had to close schools and we were in kind of an emergency response to long distance learning, we talked about going back and looking at our grading policies and how we can change those if we need to. And I think that that's a conversation that I would like to have with Board Clerk Lara and with Superintendent Duffy, to see when we can bring that back to the board, because I think we need to go back and talk about that and the impact of especially the last 2 weeks of school with all of the other things that were happening in the world and in our communities. We need to know exactly if kids had a chance at earning their passing grades and submitting everything like they were supposed to. And so yeah, so I guess this goes to say again, thank you, Student Trustee Vasquez-Simola, for sharing your experience. And it's my goal to ensure that we don't allow that to be repeated for you or for any student. And I'm gonna work with our team in the district and parents and students to make sure that we come up with a plan of how we're going to address these systemic microaggressions and things that are just business as usual in many ways. And I know that Ms. Logan has shared some information about the number that were not engaged in the distance learning program that we had as a response to COVID-19 these past 3 months. And I just want to reiterate that, like we need to be centering their experiences in this, and how are we going to use that participation data to guide the way that we're going to involve those students, especially not just during the summer, but as we think about what is it going to look like when we reopen schools? Is it going to have to be hybrid, on-site, and distance learning? Is it going to be fully distance learning? What are they going to need? And so I think that something that I want to bring up is that we need to completely account for those 753 students. We need to know exactly what happened. How did we let them essentially slip through the cracks? What happened there? So I just want to know from Mr. Duffy, how have those students been accounted for since the last time that we spoke? What systems are sites using? Not just each site individually, but across. What is the expectation for each child that wasn't able to engage? Is there any follow-up happening?
Yes, I think that's what we were trying to clarify there. So these are students that through the regular attendance mechanisms and then followed up by the at-school calls during the year, we still could not get in touch with, and they hadn't been marked present for any class for those 3 months. So it's about 2% of our student population. So we've put together a program for the summer with our school community outreach workers and other partners to track them down. And that's what we're trying to do. So today I was, exchanging some emails with our team about some home visits that were about to take place, what we could do, what we're not allowed to do in those home visits as people begin to go out. So we know that just the calls, the letters, et cetera, for this group of students is not enough. So we're trying to tap our community partners who might know, hey, this student or this family, and then actually go out and see if we can connect or find them. Maybe they're no longer at this address. Where are they? And then obviously if and when we do, learn more, what's happening with you, what do you need, what happened, where did you go? So that's what we're doing. And a number of our community outreach workers, including Reverend Shoemake and others, really push to be able to do this and get out there. So I thank them for the push. So, they just started last week, end of last week, this week, as schools closed out, this sort of next phase. So I do believe by the time we get to the next board meeting, we'll be able to share a lot of information about what we learned, how many of these students we've been able to track down, Maybe some just left our district, sort of maybe as Mr. Panis was saying, and just didn't disenroll. But I do believe there's a number of students we will certainly capture back and figure out what they need to be able to get them going in the fall.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Duffy. This is a really big concern for me because it's something that we've been talking about for months now, and I just think it's completely unacceptable that we don't have that information yet. And I get it, there have been struggles, but I just think it's a total disservice, and it actually endangers kids if we don't have that type of information. You know, like it would be my hope that, you know, if I, you know, I don't have answers for that. And I when I try to have conversations with people, what do I say? That it's 753 kids. The number is smaller than 913, but it's still, I mean, it should be 0. And I get situations happen, but I really need us to focus on bringing that information to the board as soon as possible.
Absolutely. I mean, I do think if we had an easy answer or an easy fix of, you know, this is where they are and we know X, Y, and Z, we would bring it to you. But we are being honest that it's a very sticky situation. Through all of our normal channels, we haven't been able to track down that 2% of students, and sort of we're taking it to the next level of getting boots on the ground and getting out to homes and community to see if we can find these students.
Okay. Thank you. And I would really appreciate that, since we've had, you know, a quarter of a year already without them. And so are we focusing on essential, I guess Trustee Panis, I think, asked a question like that. If we're going to be focusing on essential academic standards, I think he asked about the Common Core, and I wanted to just kind of know more about the plan. Like, is there a timeline for, you know, teachers and school site administrators to be talking about what's going to be like the focus? Is there going to be power standards, essential standards? Is there going to be depth of academic content versus breadth of it? Or what is going to be the focus? And what's the timeline that we have for that?
So our timeline right now is the same sort of school timeline that we would normally have in terms of when we have our administrators back, when we have our teachers back. So our first day of school is August 17th. We have back to school for teachers basically the week before that, a few days that they're back. The administrators are back, you know, about 3 weeks before that. So we'll backwards map from when everybody returns. You know, we bet that folks are going to teach the standards of their grade level. And that's the expectation. I think Mr. Panis's question of, you know, how far do you go back? How far do you assume that content wasn't mastered? We're not making a universal call for the whole district to say start back in March, because we do know that students had some content through that time. So we're going to let the sites dig in. We're going to let them use their diagnostic tools when students come in and determine the gaps from those last couple of months. And make plans going forward. Outside of that, like we haven't made any huge pivots as a system to say, you know, we want to do 3 less months or 3 more months right now. We're still working through some of those questions.
Yeah, so I guess my follow-up would be to know what is going to be the timeline for that, and like, when are we going to have that information? Because I think it sounds like to me that we're going to allow for sites to have their own diagnostic tests. But I think what that opens up is that we may have even more inequity, because some sites may be like very collaborative and may know how to do this and calibrate their own assessments and talk about what is it, you know, how to support kids and how to use their aid. And I'm envisioning this, and then I see, you know, that there may be other sites who may be undergoing leadership changes or who may be undergoing staff turnover and kind of falling behind on that work. So I think I just want us to set a system-wide expectation on what that's going to look like, because I think, you know, the answer that I'm getting is that right now we're going to be teaching to every single thing. And so when I think about that there are so many standards for each grade level, not just for language arts and math, but for science, for other subjects. And I just wonder, like, how are we going to really equip specifically what our kids need to know, what are the most essential things per grade level. So I'm just interested to find out more of that work and what that's going to look like and what the expectation is for everybody.
I will say, I mean, I'm not saying every site's going to do what it wants in that way. We always have a diagnostic benchmark window and with an expectation that all of our schools are doing their diagnostic at the same time, the same way, and we will have that as well. I think we'll have to determine if we want to do something earlier than we usually do it. We'll need to determine those timelines, but for the diagnostics, we do that together, and we'll continue to do it.
Thank you.
Yeah.
And sorry, and my last question on this, well, I guess it's a two-part one. So then, supporting all students with a focus on special education, English language learners, African American and Latinx students. How are we planning on having that focal perspective? There needs to be more clarity for ELD if it's going to be integrated, designated. What specific type of focus is going to be given to students that we know are going to need that extra support? How are we going to be thinking through those things? Is there going to be like a site plan for that specific focal group of students? What is that looking like?
Well, I mean, as you know, and we have a lot of students in our district with need. So our schools are consistently planning on how to support students who are struggling if they're behind in reading or math or any one of those subjects. So we do have a lot of structures in place, whether that's an intervention class or whether we're using an SST to talk about what that student needs. So we'll continue to work around the structures that we have in place that work. In terms of, extra right now, I think part of it is understanding where we're going to be. Like we've got a plan on these two tracks. Like what does that look like, answering your questions, if we are all at home? What does that look like if we are 12 in a class and you're in school 2 days a week? What does that look like if everybody's allowed to come back, but you can choose if you want to stay home and do online learning? So I think we're getting closer to answering your questions. It's just almost like we have to figure out a little bit about what this kind of superstructure looks like and what we're going to be allowed to do physically versus not, and have both of those planned out. So we are getting there, and I definitely understand the urgency, and I know we will get there to make sure by August 17th we're ready to go.
Thank you, Mr. Duffy. And then my last question is, since we have been talking about this since the last regular board meeting, about what does it look like to actually take steps and be anti-racist in the way that we lead the district and the way that we guide our schools. So my question is, how is this kind of work being accounted for in the planning? Because I participated in 2 out of the 3 reopening task force meetings in the last few weeks and in the last couple of weeks. And I'm just wondering what this is actually looking like, because I think that the word equity is used a lot, but I just want to know what is it that we're actually going to do to what does it look like in theory and what does it look like in action as we reimagine the educational opportunities for students? Because I think a big thing that is coming up is that we need to focus on kids and their mental health, their social emotional health, their cognitive development during this crisis, and as we plan for education opportunities in the fall. But how are we going to account for that lens of what are the specific experiences of Black students going through a pandemic and doing distance learning? What are the specific experiences of Latinx English language learner students going through a pandemic and engaging in distance learning? Because I bet that they're not having the same experiences as kids living in other areas of the towns that we serve. So I want to know, like, what are we going to do to actually have implicit bias training that is necessary for the adults to have at the forefront as they engage with kids, especially if we are going to be staying on distance learning. you got to think that we're going to have children going from one grade, for example, from 3rd to 4th grade, and they're going to be, you know, getting a brand new class, having a brand new teacher. And how do you build that relationship when you don't know each other necessarily in person? So that's what I have on my mind right now. How do we continue to build our kids' social, emotional tools? But how do we also turn and face the teachers and the leaders at the sites that also are responsible for this type of work, and to do it through a very anti-racist and implicit bias-aware training and pedagogy?
There are big questions that you ask, and I'll talk about some of them in our next presentation. I think this is where timeline, planning, budget all comes together. I do believe we're really aware of the issues that you're raising around mental health, around very specific sort of race and cultural supports for different groups of students and what they might be going through. And so those are all items that we have to take into account as we get the plan built. But I will say, I think many members of our team and task force, parents, students, are bringing those questions up. So we've got to make sure they're addressed. And I do think we will do that well. And I just don't think today I can tell you this is exactly how it's going to look, you know, as we, you know, honor everybody who's working and contributing.
Thank you, Mr. Duffy. That completes my series of questions and comments for this item. Thank you so much. Thank you to the board too, and thank you to the public for being present for this discussion.
President Hernandez Jarvis, may I make a point of order?
Yes.
It's 10:37. We need to extend our meeting, and maybe we should also think about if there's any of these items we want to defer.
Thank you, Trustee Panas. So up next, it is 10:37, so we need to have a motion to extend the meeting and achievement. And then we actually have 7 action items. The last action item, F8, was tabled. And then we have 3 items that were pulled from the consent calendar. Mr. Duffy, are all the action items listed F1 through F7 necessary to do today? Are they timeline bound, or are they some that we can actually bring back?
They are timeline bound. So I do think number 1 is one that requires a little bit of time. 2 through 7 don't need as much time for sure. And then you'll have to decide about the discussion item, and if you want to give that more time or try to, you know, bring that earlier in an agenda. There's a lot in that report. It's a very important report, a lot to talk about what we're doing, but, you know, leave it to the board to discuss next steps.
Thank you. So I really want us to have the conversation for E2, the African American Student Achievement, because I think it's a really important report, but it is 10:38, and I don't want us to have a rush discussion because we're limited on time and because it's very late. I think that we may have more members of the community available for this item if we have it earlier as the first discussion item on the next agenda. And I also want to note that the presentation wasn't posted on Friday. It was posted today. So in all transparency, I read through it, but I did not have enough time to study it. And I want to be honest with the public and with the rest of the board about that, because I don't want to make comments that are not as well thought out as if I would have had access to it earlier. So I'm open to your suggestions from the board, and that's my comment on it.
I'll move that we defer E2 to be high on the agenda for our next meeting, and that we extend the meeting for an hour, so that makes it maybe 11:50.
So there's a motion to bring back item E2, African American Student Achievement, for our next board meeting, and to have that be, did you say a high, to bring it high up?
Yes, yes.
Can you repeat that? So in the next agenda, right? To have it be the first item? the first discussion item, and then to do the rest of the items.
Second.
And extend the meeting for 1 hour, so 11:40.
I second the motion.
Seconded by Trustee Phillips. Can we please take a vote?
Lot, yes.
Dawit, yes.
Panis, yes.
Yes.
Hernandez Jarvis, yes. Motion passes unanimously with Trustee Cuevas absent. Okay, thank you. So then, and thank you to members of the community as well for being present with us tonight. If you were waiting for a specific item E2, discussion item African American Student Achievement, we're going to bring it back at our next board meeting, and it's going to be our first discussion item. And I do apologize for having to postpone it, but I do want to highlight that we need to ensure we have a discussion at a time when more people can be present for it as well, and not this late in the night. Thank you.
Could I add something just really quickly?
Yes.
So I just wanted to let folks know that this item was presented a few weeks back, and we definitely heard from our community about more things that they wanted to see in this presentation. And I do, want to thank our team. A lot of energy was put into this presentation, and I think it really does try to tell the story of what we are doing as a district. And in many, many ways, from college access to positive climate to early literacy. So I really do encourage folks to look at this report, read it. Please send me personally any questions or thoughts as we work to repost it for the next agenda, because we took a lot of the feedback from community, asset, others into account. So we think it has a lot of really helpful and healthy information. And we do want people to look at it, and please give us feedback as we continue forward. So I did just want to share that. So thank you very much.
Sorry about that. So now we're going to go on to action item F1. Special Education Local Plan Public Hearing, Special Education Annual Service Plan Public Hearing, Special Education Annual Budget Plan Public Hearing. So we are opening our public hearing. If there are any members of the public. Mr. Walton. Thank you, Mr. Berger.
There is one public comment at this time. Is there a presentation first, President Hernandez-Jarvis, or do you want to just go to public comment?
There is a presentation as well, but I want to make sure, since it is a public hearing, that if there's anybody who would want to share during this part, to be able to share. And then after, sorry about that, Mr. Watson, after the presentation, if there are folks who have any other comments they would like to make, we can listen as well. Thank you.
Ms. Sudduth?
Yes, good evening. I have a Hi, yes, good evening. My comment is twofold. First of all, just like you moved the conversation for Black students, I'm a little offended, and I think it's just as irresponsible to have this conversation about students who need additional help because of disabilities, to have this conversation this late at night as well. You need to have these type of conversations at a time when the parents can also attend. Secondly, when your student trustee is speaking, I would remind all of you that you are on Zoom so that everyone can see your actions. We can see when you're not interested. We can see when you're not listening to him. We can see when your faces are not paying attention. We can see your facial expressions. We can see when you're looking down. We can see when you're looking at your phone. So I would remind you to please look like you're interested, even when you're speaking with each other. When one of you is speaking, when Trustee Phillips was speaking, when there was a presentation by Matthew Duffy was speaking, You guys had looks of disgust. You were looking out at the window. Consuelo Lara was looking in another direction. Please keep in mind that we are looking at you and watching you. When the superintendent is speaking, at least pretend like you're interested in what he's saying. Look at the screen. Don't keep this disinterested look on your face.
Excuse me, I have the agenda on my desktop.
Who's speaking? Well, I'm speaking. So when the student was speaking and he was telling us some heartfelt words, everyone should have been looking directly at that screen and paying attention to the pain that was coming out of his mouth. And no one is doing that. Very few people was doing that. Give him the attention that he deserves. And just like we should have, if you're going to reschedule the presentation about the Black students, don't put it at the end of the agenda, and we won't run into this problem of being 10:45 at night and having students waiting and having all these parents and everyone waiting to the end of the night just to be disappointed that we won't be hearing it tonight. And don't have us waiting to 10:45 to wait for a presentation on students with disabilities when everybody should be going to bed. This is not fair, it's offensive, and it seems very, very calculated. As a person who's a disabilities advocate, I find this calculated and offensive. I want you to think about it when you do things like this. Thank you for your attention. Good night.
Thank you.
That concludes public comment on this item.
Thank you, Mr. Walton. So our public hearing and Mr. Berger.
Yes, thank you, President Candace Jarvis. I wanted to, okay, so thank you. I'm gonna take a few minutes to talk about the local plan, which includes the annual service plan and the budget plan. Before I do start, I do have to acknowledge student board member DeWitt, one of our directors of special education, Sonia Neely Johnson, coined a term with our AXA leadership called bold and courageous leadership. I just have to say that you remind me of that term, and I want you to own that. That being said, I also want to acknowledge as I go through this PowerPoint that one of the great special education administrators, Steve Collins, helped with this plan. He still provides some support in our department. This is one of the PowerPoints I've provided or I've presented to the board for the last 3 years. It's created by Mr. Collins, and a lot of the visuals here were put together by Steve, and I just want to recognize and thank him for his help with this plan. Steve is on the leadership group for the state SELPA, who helped all districts to create this plan this year. So I want to just acknowledge the great work and thank him for that. Can we go to the next slide? I'll try to go through the slides quickly. But the basic, the SELPA local plan, I do want to clarify, it's not a plan right now to address COVID. It's not a plan to talk about how we're going to provide special education services while under the shelter in place. But what it is a framework that shows the CDE and is approved, that shows that we're providing all of the appropriate services and we have systems in place to recognize IDEA and serve our community and serve our school. So this is a year that CDE is requiring all SELPAs to submit a local plan. The last local plan, I believe, was submitted back in 2012, I believe, but it's not something that needs to be updated every year. The two parts that do need to be updated every year are the annual budget plan and the annual service plan, which I'll also talk about. I also want to just acknowledge to the board that this is a plan that is fluid, and as we go throughout the year, should things change, funding changes, it is a plan that can be adjusted. So if we can go to the next slide. Thank you. again, the purpose of this plan is to assure that the district and the LEA is in line providing in compliance with the federal and state codes and statutes. This plan, in our case, is for a single district. Some local plans actually encompass multiple districts, but since we're such a large school district, we are our own SELPA. So if we can go to the next slide. So our local plan that I'll be submitting this year, there has 5 sections. The first section is basic information, certifications, names and contact information for school district employees. Section B is it includes all of the board policies that actually this board approved. We revised probably 14, I think, board policies and our procedural manual this year to capture all of the regulations. So those are the 2 main documents that are referred to in our section B. Section C is actually not required this year. Section D is a description of the budget plan, and it's not a special education budget, but what it does is it shows where the state, federal, and local dollars go, and it gives you an idea of really how much the special education services are funded from each of the different agencies. So we'll look at that coming up. And then the last part, section E, our annual service plan. And this is where West Contra Costa should be the most proud. It describes the services we provide, and it describes where and how we provide those services. So we can go to the next slide. So again, there's the process for the service plan and budget plan. We have to bring it to the public hearing here. We have to post it, and again, a reminder that the budget and service plans, they're revised every year, and if funding changes, if things, the situation changes, then we are able to revise both of those plans during the year. So go to the next slide. So the annual budget plan, and again, this is actually posted on the special education website if anyone wants to refer to the actual plan, but it describes the administrative costs of special education in West Contra Costa. It describes the services that are allocated for students who are in the category of moderate to severe disabilities, and that includes low incidence, which includes students who are blind, deaf, or orthopedically impaired. Those are the disabilities that traditionally come with more cost to provide services. We also go into the students with the non-severe disabilities. These are the students with dyslexia, attention disabilities, things that impact them, but not in the same way as students with the more extensive needs. And then the last part is the supplemental aids and services. These are related services that serve kids in general education, speech, occupational therapy, those types of services. So again, this plan really captures how do we spend the money for the different categories. We can go to the next slide. The plan, the budget plan goes into, also talks about regional operations, direct instruction supports by program specialists. The program specialists are actually a mandated piece of our SELPA, and they come with special funding because we all know the value of program specialists. The plan talks about the use of property taxes in the plan. And I always want to say this at the end when talking about the budget plan, it does not capture all of the special education funding and services, but rather it describes how the federal and state funds are allocated. So there are other pieces, other initiatives in special education, other grants, other funding that does go to provide services for special education students. Okay, so the annual service plan. This is the plan. What we include is the nature of the services. Related services are, like I was saying, those extra services that, in addition to general education, that give students that that extra support that they need to be successful. RSP, those types of services. We have to talk about the physical location and actually name where the services are being provided. So we name, at our non-public schools, the charter schools. We can go to the next slide. We also, in the plan, describes where the services students are provided at our community day schools in the county, and all of the non-public schools and agencies. So again, we talk about this is what we do and this is where we do it. And this is actually capturing what we're doing. It doesn't limit, if we are providing a behavior service at one middle school, it doesn't mean that we're not able to provide it at the other schools, but what this plan does is it captures what we've been doing and where we currently have those services in place. So we go to the next. So the approval process for the local plan, in districts that have multiple districts in their SELPA, there's a SELPA approval process, and that would be me. We also, after today, I'll be working with Superintendent Lynn Mackey to have her sign off. She's reviewed our local plan. We also have our CAC chairperson waiting anxiously to work with me on how to do a digital signature tomorrow, should this pass. And the CAC has reviewed this. We talked about it at the last meeting, but we also have a local plan committee that includes quite a few of the CAC members, some parent members, some charter school members, some general education. Thank you, Principal Mendoza, who joined this committee as a general education principal. And we had 3 meetings throughout the year to put together the plan, review the plan, and get it ready to present to you tonight. The next step after we have all these approvals, we will be submitting it to the CDE for final approval. Okay, so I left that in there again, Mr. Collins' slides. I do appreciate Mr. Collins more than anyone knows, and his slides as well. I also just wanted to make one more comment before I open up for questions. The annual service plan that I've shown you all for the last couple years is less of is not the same format as this year. This year there is a whole new format, and what it doesn't do in this format is show you the least restrictive environment visual that I've really always loved as part of this plan. But there is a piece of the plan that talks about how students are general education first, and then we provide related services, we provide, and there's that progression of services. And students start with general education and we add on to see what they need beyond that. What's just really interesting, and what I'll end with, is that in that grid, students being at home is the most restrictive setting that known to special education. So it's not something we have control over, but because of COVID, we all agree with so many of the comments tonight that these are students that we need to work with to get into live classrooms to provide the best services we can, because it really is restrictive for students to not have role models, to not have peers, to not have other students. We know the impact it has on their families. We know the impact it has on their students. And I want you to know that our department is working very hard to address that and make sure that our students get the support they need. So that's my presentation of the local plan. If there are any questions, this would be a good time.
Thank you, Mr. Berger. If we have any questions, board members, we can go in the same order as before. If there's any public comment as well, so we would start with Trustee Lara, Trustee Panas, Trustee Phillips, and Student Trustee Vasquez Simala as well. I'm sorry about that. If you would like to go first or last, that's okay. Mr. Walton, is there public comment? Sorry, go ahead.
There's no public comment at this time.
Thank you.
I was gonna say I'd like to go last.
Okay, thank you. Trustee Lara?
Yes. Thank you, Mr. Berger, for this. This is really very thorough. I was curious if, are there any, well, COVID hasn't been around too long, any places where they are, like bringing special ed, doing special ed on site, like because it is very restrictive that they, you know, have to stay in one place all the time. They need that interaction. Are there any examples of where that's they might be doing that?
Yes, you know, in fact, the first district, well, the first agency to try this summer was the Marin County Office of Education. And they were able to bring in a small group of students with a staff volunteering to be there during the summer. So it was the extended school year. And we've all been watching, we've all been learning. They've actually been presenting weekly to our SELPAs on how that is going, their challenges and their successes. So Marin County Office of Ed is that really they're the ones spearheading it and leading that and helping us with what's working and what's not.
Yeah. Oh, that's great. I figured somebody must have done it by now. And you said that this plan that it's due, what is the date that that's due for final approval?
We always submit the plan by June 30th.
Oh, that's coming up.
Right.
Okay, well, thank you very much. Great job. Thank you.
Thank you, Trustee Lara. Trustee Panas?
Thank you, President Hernandez Jarvis. Just a couple questions for you, Mr. Berger. Did you say that the whole CAC was able to review the plan, or just a subcommittee, or what was the involvement of the CAC in terms of reviewing this?
Yeah, thank you. So Darlene Almeida presented the plan to the CAC in a similar format with, you know, the option, it's online, read it. But the president of the CAC was on the local plan committee, as well as two of the parents who were on the CAC. So they also helped report back to the CAC the progress we were making on the plan.
Okay, thank you. And in the annual budget plan, it talks about, you know, it describes revenue as being what, 28 million, and expenses being like 88 or 89 million. You indicate that that's not actually the total amount spent, or
well,
I'm thinking about the encroachment on our budget and trying to get to see how close what's in there matches like the encroachment we have every year.
Yeah, so the 69% of our money, of our funds, or close to $60 million that doesn't come from the state or federal monies is what we talk about as the contribution from the district, or contribution from general education, because those are local funds that are not allocated from the state or the federal government for special education money. So that is a number I know that that I wanted to put out there. And I'm sorry, the other question was?
No, that was it. That was really the question. Just trying to understand if there was more than that in terms of the encroachment.
Yeah.
That's basically it.
Yeah, so just one quick good example of the more, we have an alternative dispute resolution grant that we use for facilitated IEPs, and we have, you know, that's another $20,000 that's in our budget, but that's not part of the local plan because it's not part of these funds that we report. So that's just an example of that. It doesn't capture all of the special education budget, but the heart of it.
Mr.
Okay.
Berger, can I interrupt just for a second? Mr. Panis, I'm really glad you brought that up because I know it gets late and we move through our presentations, but you know, this is one of the hugest challenges this district and many districts face. I mean, what Mr. Berger is saying, that we have $88 million worth of special ed expenditures, and we only received $28 million to cover those. So we take an additional $60 million from our general fund budget, and we're proud to do that. We're proud to support all of our students. But I don't want it to be lost on anyone that it's, you know, it's a huge part of who we are as a district. And so, you know, those in the advocacy community and funding community know that this is, you know, something we really deeply need to be able to continue these services. So, you know, I don't want us to like get lost in a total digression there, but I did just want to reemphasize just the enormity of what we're struggling to cover in this world that Nick and his team do so well to do every day.
Thank you, Mr. Duffy. Thank you, Mr. Berger. And like every year when I look at this plan, that's just the thing that jumps out of me. Like, we're really putting a lot of resources into supporting our students beyond what we're reimbursed for. Yeah, that's all my questions. Thank you.
Thank you. Trustee Phillips?
Thank you very much. So I'm going to go in a little different direction. It's related, but it's a little different. So last week, I had the occasion of watching my first meeting of the Contra Costa County Board of Education. And the reason what I'm about to say is related is because the SELPA came up multiple times in that meeting. Now, as most people know, the county took up the appeal of Manzanita Middle Charter School last week, and they granted their appeal. But during the conversation, and I do want to make this little caveat because what I'm about to say is very serious. Mr. Berger, this is not pointed at you. I know that you inherited a system, but I want to talk a little bit about that system and what I saw in that meeting. And frankly, what I saw and what I heard was shocking. The principal of Manzanita basically testified to the County Board of Education that students at Manzanita were being counseled out of Manzanita, students who had special needs, so are SPED students. She said they said two things. They said what would happen is that kids would apply for Manzanita. Then once they got in, that they were presented with two options. One option was if they had an IEP, and this is all on video. Anybody who wants to go see this can see this. That if they had an IEP, that they either had to modify their IEP or waive their IEP to be able to stay at that school. This all came out in the testimony at the county. Then what the principal described after that, frankly, just blew my mind. What she said was that the district, the SELPA, which is us, that we would come in and we would make a decision as to whether the child was able to stay at Manzanita. And depending on what the child's needs were, we would tell families that they could not stay at Manzanita and that they had to enroll in a district school. specifically that they had to enroll at Crespi. The reason that this shocks me, the reason that this frankly blows my mind, is that one, why would a school, with the assistance of the district, this district, encourage children who have IEPs to modify them or waive them to stay at a school? Why would this district tell a family that a family with special needs, that they have to leave the school and go to a district school? These things, if they are true, and I have no reason to believe that they are not, because I heard these things come out of the mouth of the principal of Manzanita, and they came out, to just be frank and give credit where credit is due. Dr. Fatima Allen, she asked some very challenging, tough questions, and all of these things came out because of her questioning. The other reason, so these things are happening, these are civil rights violations. We are violating the rights of children with special needs by telling them that they have to modify or waive their IEPs to stay out of school, by telling them if they have more severe needs that they can't stay at the school where they are legally required to get services and have to go to a district. These are civil rights violations, and they need to be looked into. And the last part is this, and not that this is about money, but frankly, the hypocrisy, and it is hypocrisy, that I have heard for the last, I don't know how long, that some of these charter schools are not serving children with special needs, and that the district, we just talked, Mr. Duffy just talked about having to use $60 million from the general fund to supplement monies that are needed to serve our children with special needs. But what came out in the hearing at the county is that the district, this district, the same district that's complaining about the cost, is actually telling families that they have to leave charter schools and enroll in district schools, and then turning around and complaining about having to pay the extra cost. Now, I know I just said a lot, and I know that many of you probably didn't watch the meeting at the County Board of Education, but I would like every single person on this call, every decision maker, every staff member, every board member, to go back and watch that meeting, because the things that I'm saying to you right now came directly out of the mouth of the principal of Manzanita, and the associate superintendent for the county, Bill Clark, also confirmed that these things were happening. Manzanita said that they were leaving ARCELPA because they felt uncomfortable that they were not permitted to serve all children because the district wouldn't let them. So I believe that this should be looked into. I believe this should be looked into by the special ed department, but I also believe that this should be looked into by Rhonda Haney's department, which is the Ombuds department, to investigate whether these things are accurate and what can be done to correct this, because this is just wrong. I think Dr. Allen may be on the line right now. If she is, and she has something to say about it, I think she should be given an opportunity to speak, because quite frankly, I'm going to give credit where credit is due. I didn't uncover this. She did, and she did it by asking questions when people wanted her to stop. So that's what I have to say.
Thank you, Trustee Phillips. Thank you. And I do, I have not watched that meeting, but I will do that so that I can understand better what you're explaining. and I would be happy to make sure that we follow up on this. Thank you.
Thank you very much, President Hernandez Jarvis.
Thank you. Thank you, Trustee Phillips. And Trustee Vasquez Simola?
I'm good. I have nothing to say at this time. I have nothing to say at this time, but thank you for that.
I'm sorry, my audio broke off and I couldn't hear.
Oh, I have nothing to say at this time, but thank you for the presentation.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Berger. The one thing that I had to I guess recommend or ask if it can be changed is that the actual document, the plan, the 244-page one, if you continue to go toward like maybe page 50, it's really crooked. Like, I don't know if everybody took a look at that. It's just like super, it's just like it started straight, the pages, and then it's all sideways. So I'm wondering if that can be re-uploaded or re-scanned, because just I think that it just needs to have a more formal presentation, and I don't know what happened there, but I think that it's a really important document and it should be able to print correctly.
Absolutely. Understood. That was us trying to scan a document from somebody's home with a small scanner. So I apologize for that. I know it didn't look right, but certainly we will repost it after tonight in a better format.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Okay.
President
So
Hernandez
that's,
Jarvis.
Trustee Pana?
Let me ask, I noticed the same thing, and I was also wondering, is this an electronic document where we could actually scan it so that they're not images, they're actually numbers and letters, so you can go through and actually search for stuff in it? Or is it not that kind of thing?
It was presented in a very strange format, and every SELPA director, we're all working on how do we post it. It's an Adobe Acrobat format that doesn't come out on most computers. So I apologize. We will work today to make it. What I can do is I can post it in the different sections, so it's more easy to access the budget plan versus the service plan versus the yeah, I think that'll be the best way to present it after
That
tonight
makes sense.
on the website.
That makes sense. Thank you. Yeah, that would be my one recommendation for this, because I think that accessibility and having the ability to look through it and read it and download it is important. So we can look into that. That would be great. Thank you.
Of course. Yes.
And I know that we did the public hearing before. We had a comment, but now before I move on to the next item, if there's any member of the public who would like to have a public comment after seeing the presentation, this is what we did the last time as well, when we had the budget hearing and another hearing, so that members of the public had the ability to have their comments heard. Mr. Walton, do we have any public comment?
Yes, we have one from Dr. Fatima Allen. Dr. Allen?
Thank you.
I'm here. Can you hear me?
Yes.
So good evening, everyone. I wanted to just say thank you for discussing this item. I just wanted to acknowledge that part of the reason why I inquired about the special education program at Manzanita was because there was very little to no data on their special education program. And I was curious about, why they didn't have data for students with special needs, students with disabilities. And so, I would also appreciate that understanding the SELPA and the services provided to them, because as you know, they were approved 4-1 with me as the only dissenting member, because I didn't believe that they met the special education requirements of a public school. So I would appreciate it if someone can follow up with me about what they stated on public record, because I didn't have Nick Berger, Mr. Berger there, who I know and who has helped me tremendously with my own child with special needs in terms of trying to access services. So I would like for you to, respond to give me an update, because it was disheartening to hear. And I couldn't believe that, the school district that I've partnered with would do something like that. So it would be great if you can let me know, give me an update. Thank you.
And that concludes public comment.
Thank you, Mr. Walton, and thank you, Dr. Allen. So now the recommendation by staff is to approve these 3 plans: the special education local plan, the special education annual service plan, and the special education annual budget plan. Is there a motion, board member?
I'd like to move approval of all 3 plans.
I second that.
Moved by trustee Bana, seconded by trustee Lara. Can we please take a vote?
Elwood, yes.
Lara, yes.
Panis, yes.
Phillips, yes.
Hernandez, Jarvis, yes. Motion passes unanimously, approving the 3 plans: special education local plan, special education annual service plan, and special education annual budget plan from action item F1. Thank you, board, with trustee Cuevas absent.
Thank you, board.
Thank you, Mr. Berger. Thank you. Up next is our second action item, resolution number 103/1920, resolution ordering specifications of the election order.
We're going to go to Marcus Walton for this one, but I'm also able to grab it.
Good evening, board members and President Hernandez Jarvis. My apologies. Give me one brief moment to pull that back up. I just closed the wrong screen on my computer, so I apologize. But this item is a typical item every election year that simply directs the staff to take whatever steps necessary in order to put the school board, the trustee elections onto the November ballot. The resolution in front of you for the first time does incorporate the transition to trustee area elections, and it meets the requirements that are necessary for the governing board member consolidated election on November 3rd of 2020. The resolution as written does specify that the 5 trustee areas will all have their seats selected in the November 3rd election. If there are any specific questions about this item, please let us know and we'll answer them the best we can.
Thank you, Mr. Walton. Trustees, does anybody have any questions? Or before we go into questions and comments, do we have any members of the public for public comment?
Yes, we do have one public comment from Don Gosney.
Thank you.
Mr. Gosney.
Thank you very much. And I'll try to be brief. It's all late, getting late for all of us. You know, when Attorney Rafferty swept into West County demanding that the district be split into wards, supposedly making it easier for candidates from underrepresented ethnicities to get elected, it was pointed out that each ward would represent about the same number of people. Many of us pointed out that because we were being forced to use extremely outdated census data, the number of voters in each ward would not be representative of the people. The data in this resolution validates that point. When determining the cost for a candidate statement, the cost is based on the expected number of registered voters in a specific ward on the date of the election. To understand the disparity on the number of voters in each ward, the ward with the most voters will be Ward 5, covering El Cerrito, the Richmond Marina, Point Richmond, and the Annex. On the other hand, Ward 3, covering the largely Latino area of Richmond and most of San Pablo, will have the lowest numbers with only 59% of the voters in Ward 5. And for comparison purposes, Ward 2, covering the south side of Richmond and North Richmond, has but 72% of the voters. Ward 1, covering Hercules and Pinole, has 89% of the voters,
and Ward 4, representing Hilltop through El Sobrani and Carriage Hills, has but 85% of the voters that Ward 5 has. If each candidate throughout all 5 wards has approximately the same amount of campaign funds at their disposal, this means that the candidate wanting to represent Ward 3 would be able to reach almost twice as many voters as the candidate in Ward 5. As to forget the real money-grubbing reason why Attorney Rafferty forces ward elections on communities, one of his stated reasons was that this would bring parity when they run. Maybe they have a different definition of parity in Walnut Creek than they do here in West County. Also, please keep in mind that both the WCCUSD and the City of Richmond will be broken into districts at this November election. It's confusing to voters when people keep referring to Richmond districts and WCCUSD districts because they're not marked out the same and they may have the same numbers. Plus, it's confusing with the word district being used twice for our districts. For instance, the WCCUSD District 5. So perhaps the WCCUSD can adopt the same policy that many cities do by calling our districts wards instead of districts. That will differentiate us between our wards and the city's districts. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Ms. Hernandez-Jarvis, could I just point out one, I want to make a clarification. Mr. Gottlieb is absolutely right about the voter registration numbers, but I would point out that the law states that it's the total population that has to be taken into account, not the voter registration numbers. And so I want the public to be very clear about that. While he is correct that the voter registration numbers do have a great disparity, the total population numbers based on the 2010 census are within 5% for each of those areas.
Thank you for that clarification. Does any board member have any comments for this item?
President Hernandez-Jarvis, I just have one question. So do we have any idea? I'm just wondering how much it's going to cost and if it's in the budget right now, in the budget for next year.
It is in the budget. We do budget for election fees based on previous elections there. So we do have a line item for this upcoming election.
Of how much?
I'll have to look at the exact number and send it to the board, but I know that it was based on previous election.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Trustee Phillips?
If there's not public comment, I'd like to move the item.
I'll second that.
Well, there was public comment, I'm sorry.
I
would like to move
No
the
worries.
item.
Thank you. Trustee Phillips made the motion and Trustee Pana seconded it. Can we please take a vote?
Dawit, yes.
Lara, yes.
Panis, yes.
Phillips, yes.
Hernandez, yes. Motion passes unanimously with Trustee Cuevas absent to approve resolution number 103/1920, resolution ordering specifications of the election order. Thank you, board. Our next item is F3, resolution number 98/1920, credential assignment option.
So good evening. This is one of our annual requirements. And according to the California Code of Regulations, we need to state a declaration of need for fully qualified educators for the year. So although we do a lot of recruiting and try to find fully credentialed educators, we are not always able to do that, especially as the year gets closer to the start of the beginning of the school year and during mid-year. So we outline our need and estimate the number of teachers that we will need in each area. These numbers are similar to the ones that were last year presented with just a few minor changes. I don't know if anybody has any questions.
Thank you, Ms. Williams. Does any board member have a question? Is there public comment for this item?
Yes, President Hernandez-Jarvis, there appears to be two people who want to give public comment. The first is Cindy Gerges.
Thank you.
Good evening, Board and Superintendent Duffy. Cindy Gerges with Public Advocates. So I was not able to find the data in the past board items around credential assignment options. The numbers do seem quite comparable, as Marcy stated, to where districts were 3 years ago, specifically around the CLAD English learner authorization and interns. And we're just interested in knowing why the numbers have remained the same and what the district is doing to ensure that those numbers go down. Also interested in knowing the profile of these individuals, of who these individuals are and how these teachers are being assigned. For example, are they assigned across the district equitably or disproportionately? And then additionally, while staff is following its calendar to ensure the board item is notified of its underprepared teachers, when the staff had to tee up the LCAP federal addendum for the board last year, this didn't happen. So all of these pieces are important in measuring teacher quality. And so we urge the district to hopefully redo its LCAP federal addendum so that we know where the disparities lie. For example, where the substitutes that are on emergency CLAD permits as referenced under the resolution are being placed. Currently, the addendum doesn't do this required analysis, so not knowing this information won't help in moving the needle with recruitment and placement in the district. And so we urge the district to re-examine the LCAP federal addendum requirements and have a separate item on teacher quality, which will provide more needed information, like knowing where the 80 interns referenced in the resolution were placed instead of the piecemeal items. Thank you.
And I can address one of them. One of the areas it has gone down quite a bit, but with the uncertainty this year, we did just keep the numbers the same.
Thank you.
Is there a second? I think there was a second comment or a Mark, Mr. Walton. Okay.
Yes, there is, and that is from Sean Block.
Thank you.
So my apologies. Mr. Block, go ahead and unmute yourself.
Hello, can you guys hear me?
Yes.
Hey, my name is Sean Block. I have a kindergartner at West County Mandarin. And my comment on this section is there going to be more transparency with all the teacher turnover and getting profiles and credentials uploaded and backgrounds on all the people who are supervising, teaching, involved with the schools? That's all I have.
And that concludes public comment.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Walton.
Yeah. So again, we did kind of leave the numbers similar to last year, even though there wasn't as much of a need because of the uncertainty this year with COVID, and because of the layoffs, we weren't sure how much recruitment we would need. So the numbers have gone down, and we will continue to work on that. But it's important to estimate and not have to come back and redo that. So.
Thank you to that, the point that was brought up about knowing how these teachers who are having these credentials are distributed throughout the district, and in a sense that we need to understand the equity or inequity by it. I think that this is a conversation that Mr. Duffy and I and Trustee Letta can have at agenda setting to see how we can bring this to the board for further transparency and focus.
Yes.
Thank you. Are there board members that are having any specific questions or comments, or is somebody ready to make a motion?
President Anders Jarvis, I'll move resolution 98, 1920, credential assignment options.
I second that.
Moved by Trustee Bana, seconded by Trustee Letta. Can we please take a vote?
Dawood, yes.
Lara, yes.
Hannes, yes.
Phillips, yes.
Hernandez Jarvis, yes. Motion passes unanimously with Trustee Cuevas absent. Resolution number 98, 1920, credential assignment options. Thank you. Thank you, Ms. Williams.
Thank you.
And I believe the next item is also yours. F4, resolution number 99, 1920, declaration to hire 30-day substitutes on CBEST waivers.
And again, this is just based on the difficulty in hiring substitutes. Many times we're in the need of substitutes based on leaves, and we're looking to hire between 15 and 25 that need CBEST waivers. And again, this is for the next year.
Thank you. Mr. Walton, do we have public comment for this item?
There is no public comment for this item.
Thank you. Do any board members have questions or comments, or is somebody ready to make a motion?
I'd move approval of this item.
I'll second that.
Motion made by trustee Lara, seconded by trustee Panas. Can we please take a vote?
Actually, President Hernandez Jarvis, I have a comment.
Yes, trustee Phillips.
So just so I'm clear, this means that we can have someone substitute if they have not passed the CBEST?
They have a CBEST waiver and can substitute 30 days in a classroom.
Okay, so this means that if someone hasn't passed the CBEST, that they can work in the classroom, substitute in the classroom.
Correct.
Okay. Personally, I think that passing the CBEST is a like the rock bottom floor. And if you can't pass the CBEST, you don't have any business teaching. That is, to me, yeah, I don't think you should be teaching if you can't pass the CBEST. And I get other waivers and that we have that come before us, but yeah, that's my comment.
We always try to recruit fully credentialed substitutes and those that have, but this is just in case of situations where we're not able to. So I agree with you that we need to, make sure that they can pass the CBEST.
Thank you, Ms. Williams, for that clarification. Trustee Phillips for raising that important question. I think that this is also part of the conversation that we need to have as a board again about, we're talking a lot about equity and how do we make sure that everybody that comes into contact with kids is trained. So I think that this is completely important that we talk about. And I think I would really like for us to schedule a time to do that. Trustee Phillips?
I think I heard Ms. Williams say that our preference is to find fully credentialed substitutes. Is that what you said, Ms. Williams?
Yeah, there are people that may not want to work, that want to work full time, but yes, fully credentialed substitutes as well as others that meet the minimum requirements.
So I'm just going to say, I think that it is the best case scenario to find fully credentialed substitutes. When we can do that, that's definitely what we should do. I understand that's not always going to be possible, but the difference between a fully credentialed substitute and somebody who can't even pass the CBEST, that means we're willing to have somebody come in here who's not just not fully credentialed, but somebody who has absolutely nothing other than they filled out an application and said, I want to teach. That's crazy to me. I'm done, and I think I made my point.
Thank you, Trustee Phillips. So we have the motion made by Trustee Panas, by Trustee Lara, seconded by Trustee Panas. Can we please take a vote? And again, I would like for us to come back to this topic as well as we plan for next year.
I'd like
Panas,
to not
yes.
vote.
Lara, yes.
Phillips, no.
Thank you. Hernandez Jarvis, yes. Motion passes with Trustee Panas, Trustee Lara, Trustee Vasquez Simula voting yes, and myself, Hernandez Jarvis as well. Trustee Phillips voting no, and Trustee Cuevas absent. Thank you.
Abstaining, just so you know.
Oh, abstaining, I'm sorry. Thank you for clarifying. With Trustee Vasquez Simula abstaining. Thank you. So up next, we have our action item F5. Approve new job descriptions and updated salary schedules as part of the actions necessary to reduce special education long-term costs and develop better levels of service for the 2020-2021 school year. Could everybody hear me?
President Hernandez Jarvis, can I just make a point of order? Our meeting is supposed to be over in a minute, so I would like to extend our meeting time for 30 minutes.
Second that.
Thank you, Trustee Phillips. Motion made by Trustee Phillips to extend the meeting by 30 minutes and seconded by Trustee Panas. That would lead us to 12:10. It is my hope that we can end it before that. Can we please take a vote?
Dawit, yes.
Lara, no.
Panis, yes.
Phillips, yes.
Hernandez Jarvis, yes. Motion to extend the meeting for 30 minutes passes. Trustee Panas, Phillips, Vasquez Simala, Hernandez Jarvis voting yes. Trustee Lara voting no, and Trustee Cuevas absent. Thank you. Okay, so Mr. Wold, Dr. Wold.
Good evening, trustees. I am very, very pleased to bring this item forward to the trustees. This has been the result of more than a year's work with Nick Berger, the Teamsters, about services for our most needy students, our special ed students. For many years, we've had a challenge of maintaining instructional aid support. We've often had to utilize non-public agencies for additional positions. And part of the issue is that we had so many different classifications. It was very difficult to maintain aides that would stay in the district and see a career path to move forward based on the types of services. The team worked together for the entire year and identified that we can classify all of our supports into 3 different positions: an instructional aid 1, 2, and 3 based on the responsibilities. This result will allow us to attract and retain more employees. In addition, we are bringing in a new pool of aides that used to serve in other instructional aid capacities within the district that were part of reductions. We believe with this that not only will we be able to have more of these positions filled almost immediately, we will also be able to long-term reduce our obligations of using non-public agency support. We're very pleased to bring this forward. From an expense point, we would be able to reduce those non-public agency budgets, and the fact that our substitute budgets have been so high with all of our vacancies that we'll be able to reduce long-term expense, maintain more employees, and then the salary schedules go along because to pay an employee, you have to have an adopted salary schedule. So we place those with this. And we would ask the board to approve the 3 job descriptions that were collaboratively negotiated with the Teamsters to allow us to move forward.
Thank you, Dr. Wold. Mr. Watson, do we have public comment?
There is no public comment at this time.
Thank you. Are there any board members that have questions or comments? Trustee Lara, no. Trustee Cuevas, or not Cuevas, I'm sorry, Trustee Phillips? Trustee Panas?
I do. This looks to me like something should have an AB 1200. It's an agreement with one of our bargaining units. I'm wondering why we don't have an AB 1200 for this.
So that's a terrific question. We actually did check whether or not AB 1200 was required on this. Because it is just a reclassification, it does not result in an automatic raise for all members. It does not create a material impact to the budget. It does not require the AB 1200. It does require the board to approve the job descriptions and know any financial implication.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Trustee Vasquez Simala, did you have any questions or comments?
Nope, not this time.
Okay, thank you. Is there a board member ready to make a motion?
I'd like to move the new job descriptions and updated salary schedules.
Second that.
Motion made by Trustee Panas, seconded by Trustee Lara. Can we please take a vote?
Dawit, yes.
Lara, yes.
Panis, yes.
Phillips, yes.
Hernandez Jarvis, yes. Motion passes unanimously with Trustee Cuevas absent to approve new job descriptions and updated salary schedules as part of the actions necessary to reduce special education long-term costs and develop better levels of service for the 2020-2021 school year. Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Wold. Okay, so that leads us to our next action item, F6, public hearing of resolution 96/1920, approving the engineer's report, confirming diagram and ordering levy 2021. And so we are opening our public hearing. Mr. Watson, do we have any raised hands at the moment?
There's no public comment at this time.
Thank you. So we are closing our public hearing and we're moving on to the presentation.
So good evening, trustees again. This is a very routine item. For many years, we've had the Maintenance and Recreation Assessment District. These fees are then collected and utilized to support our grounds and maintenance of our facilities for the community. This is something that we've done each year, and we just require the public hearing and the acceptance of the report.
Thank you, Dr. Wolf. Mr. Watson, are there any members of the public with hands raised now?
There are no public comments at this time.
Thank you. Board members, does anybody have any questions or comments?
President Jarvis, I'd like to move Resolution 96-1920, approving the engineer's report confirming diagram and ordering levy of assessment for fiscal year 2020-21.
I second it.
Motion made by trustee Pana, seconded by trustee Lara. Can we please take a vote?
Dowell, yes.
Lara, yes.
Panis, yes.
Phillips, yes.
Hernandez Jarvis, yes. Motion passes unanimously with trustee Cuevas absent to approve resolution number 96-1920, approving the engineer's report confirming diagram and ordering levy of assessment for fiscal year 2020-2021.
Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Wold. Thank you, board. Our next item is action item 7, our last action item before we go to the 3 pulled consent items.
President Hernandez Jarvis, this will take a public hearing as well.
Great, thank you. So we begin our public hearing for item E7, F7, adoption of resolution number 105-1920, authorizing adoption of the new state statutory level 1 school facility developer fees on residential, commercial, industrial, and senior housing construction.
There are no public speakers for this item.
Thank you, Mr. Walton. So we close our public hearing and we, Mr. Freeze.
Yeah, so the purpose of this report is to demonstrate the district meets the requirements by state law to collect developer fees. These fees are adjusted every 2 years in accordance with the inflation rate of Class B construction and determined and approved by the State Allocation Board. So the fees that will be adjusted, our residential rates will go from $3.79 a square foot. They'll be adjusted up by 29 cents to $4.08 a square foot. Our commercial industrial will go up by 5 cents from 61 to 66 cents per square foot. And our storage fees, when they pull a permit for a storage unit, actually goes down by 3 cents. And it'll go from 9 cents to 6 cents. And there are 2 areas within the resolution that we need to make a correction. And that would be in the 5th whereas. We represent the collection rate for storage and industrial as 9 cents, and it actually should be 3 cents. And on page 5, there's one other reference under fees where we make the 9 cents, it should be corrected to 3 cents. We do have our consultant with us tonight if there's any questions.
Thank you, Mr. Freeze. Do we have any members of the public with hands raised now?
There are no raised hands at this time, President Hernandez Jarvis.
Thank you, Mr. Walton. Board members, does anybody have any questions for Mr. Freeze or any comments?
No question.
Thank you, Trustee Lara.
President Hernandez Jarvis, I'd like to move resolution number 105-1920, authorizing adoption of the new statutory level 1 school facility developer fees on residential, commercial, industrial, and senior housing construction with the 2 corrections noted by Mr. Freeze.
I will second that.
Thank you. Motion made by trustee Pana, seconded by trustee Lara to pass this resolution with the 2 corrections by Mr. Freeze. Can we please take a vote?
Dowell, yes.
Lara, yes.
Panis, yes.
Phillips, yes.
Hernandez Jarvis, yes. Motion passes unanimously with trustee Cuevas absent. Resolution number 105/1920, authorizing adoption of the new state statutory level 1 school facility developer fees on residential, commercial, industrial, and senior housing construction. Thank you, Mr. Freeze, with the 2 corrections by Mr. Freeze as well. Thank you, Mr. Freeze. Thank you, board. That concludes our action items for tonight. Action item F8 was tabled, and we have 3 items that were pulled. Let me go back to my list. C3, C12, and C13. So let's go to C3 first.
President Hernandez Jarvis, I pulled C3, and the reason that I pulled C3 is the dates on some of the contracts. What I had asked for in the past was that the contracts be ended as the date of last service. And I noticed that there are Playworks contracts on there. And as we know, Playworks is essentially the contractor that helps us with monitoring recess to make sure that the kids are able to play safely. And there hasn't been any recess in a while. So I'm wondering why we are approving a Playworks contract, and I think there are at least 2 through June 30th. And then, so that's one question. And then there are some other questions, and the other questions are, I just want to confirm that with BACR and the other contracts that are on there, that we've actually been getting the services. So 2 parts.
Thank you. Thank you, Trustee Phillips. Mr. Duffy and Dr. Wolf.
So those were actually in C2, the contracts that Mr. Phillips was describing. C3 is the new continuing contracts. So to answer, those were cleanup contracts that hadn't been finalized, that were based on services that were completed in the past year prior to COVID and just had not been finalized and cleaned up and brought to the board. But those were part of the consent calendar in C2.
So President Hernandez Jarvis, I actually was trying to pull C2 then with the contracts that I just mentioned. So I guess I think I did, I'm pretty sure I did actually say C3 when I meant C2 for the reasons stated. So I know it has been passed. If we can actually revisit that, that would be great. If the body doesn't want to revisit it, that's fine too. I just would like to be recorded as a no vote. And I think the mistake that I made is apparent.
Thank you, Trustee Phillips. Board, can I hear from you very briefly before, since I know we have C3 pulled, but it was Trustee Phillips meant to pull C2. And so what I'm understanding is that he's asking if we would be interested in revisiting that because we approved it. So in reality, we have to approve C3. And I want to know if there's interest in revisiting C2 right now for the purposes that Trustee Phillips raised. Trustee Lara, Trustee Panas?
I've made that mistake before, and I feel very sorry for him. And I'm happy with reconsidering our approval of C2.
Thank you. And President Hernandez Jarvis, I will move C3 as well because I didn't have an issue with that.
Okay, sounds good. Thank you. And Trustee Lara?
Yeah, it's fine with me also.
Okay, and Trustee Vasquez-Simola? I'm sorry, I don't know if my audio cut off again and I saw your microphone go on and off. Just want to double check that I hear you.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you.
Okay, yeah, I'm good with it.
Okay, thank you. Okay, so can we have a motion, or Trustee Phillips, did you just make a motion right now for C3?
Yes.
Okay, is there a second?
I'll second it.
Can we please take a vote?
Dawah, yes.
Lara, yes.
Panis, yes.
Phillips, yes.
Hernandez Jarvis, yes. Motion passes unanimously to approve C3. And can we please have a motion to revisit C2 then, before we go to C12 and C13?
I'll move when we revisit item C2 on the consent calendar.
Second.
Can we please take a vote?
Dowd, yes.
Lara, yes.
Annis, yes.
Phillips, yes.
Hernandez Jarvis, yes. Motion passes unanimously with trustee Cuevas absent, so we're going to revisit C2 and then C12 and C13.
Thank you very much, everybody. I already explained what my issue was with C2. And so with the contracts going to June 30th for Playworks, why is that instead of it ending at the last date of service?
So
Go ahead.
I was going to say part of the issue was that we should have end dated. In some cases, the contract for some of them, the services did continue with BACR. In Playworks, there probably should have been a different date placed for some of those where services did stop. And a couple of them in the middle are actually renewals. So it's an intermixing of 3 or 4 different things as we go through that we were working to clean up. And Mr. Duffy can provide a little more background as well.
Well, I think my background is that I don't have enough background. All that to say, Playworks may be providing online, some type of online physical education service or play. I don't know that. So we'd have to talk to the individual school to see if they were continuing to get some service from Playworks in some way, shape, or form. So, you know, it may be not, but by approving it through the end of June, it gives us, you know, we make sure that they can invoice us for that time if in fact they have provided some service. That's our.
We don't pay.
Yeah.
Without that service. We also go back if we had prepaid for something that didn't get rendered, we're requesting credits as well for the next year to ensure. So no invoice is paid without a direct documentation of service rendered, even with this approval.
I understand that. I've said these things before. I don't feel comfortable voting for things after the date of service. So I will let the body do as it will. Thank you all for letting me revisit this so I could make my point.
Thank you, Trustee Phillips and Dr. Wool. So board, does anybody else have a question on this item, or is there a motion to approve this item?
I'll move we approve C2.
Motion made by Trustee Panas to approve C2. I will second that motion. Can we please take a vote?
Dowd, yes.
Lara, yes.
Annis, yes.
Phillips, no.
Hernandez Jarvis, yes. Motion passes. Trustee Panas, Trustee Lara, Trustee Vasquez, Simula, and myself voting yes. Trustee Phillips voting no. Trustee Cuevas absent. And Mr. Duffy, I would appreciate if we can get follow-up on some of the questions that Trustee Phillips raised to the board. Thank you. Our next agenda item is C12. That was pulled by Trustee Panas.
Thank you, President Hernandez Jarvis. This is our annual resolutions and they're pretty routine. I just have a concern here that we are in the middle of a financial crisis, and I think we could make a modification to one of these resolutions, Resolution 06-2021, which is about purchase order contract signature authority. And I'd like to suggest that we say that if our most recent interim report received a positive certification, then the threshold for board approval versus ratification of contracts is $50,000. Otherwise, the threshold would be $25,000. So $50,000 is the threshold we have right now. But since our most recent interim financial statement did not have a positive certification, it would drop to $25,000.
I think that is an excellent idea, and I second that motion.
Well, actually, let me make a real motion. So I'd like to move approval of Resolution
2021 through 1621 with the single change that on resolution 06/2021, we note that if the first interim report, if the most recent interim report received a positive certification, then the threshold for board approval versus ratification of contracts is $50,000. Otherwise, the threshold is $25,000.
You ready for me, Mr. Panis? All right, I second that motion.
So if I can just make one comment, and I neglected to answer the question that Trustee Panis had sent earlier. The better, a more appropriate way to make this occur is this is board policy. There's a board policy on purchasing that staff would recommend that we bring back to the July board meeting so that we can insert in direct board policy long-term rather than the resolution, because ultimately with the resolution, it would conflict with board policy. And so staff's recommendation would be not to alter the resolution, but that staff would bring back that board policy for purchasing with that amendment for board approval on the July 15th.
I'm okay with that if we know it's coming back on July 15th. Trustee Phillips,
Thank
are you
you.
okay?
So I think that it is a good idea that you suggested, Mr. Panis. President Hernandez-Jarvis. Well, you know what? If we bring it back on the 15th, it would be a board policy change. And there's 2 meetings. We only have 1 meeting in July. So that means this is getting pushed all the way out until August. So I actually would like to proceed this way because we can't do what Mr. Wold is saying until August, or either to do both. So, I mean, we could do it now and then we could bring it back for the first reading in July and then we could bring it back again in August.
One more
And
thought
staff
on that.
won't bring any, staff will bring all contracts at that threshold while we're doing the board policy. So we can implement immediately. It just conflicts with board policy. That's the only reason for the recommendation. And the board does have the ability to approve a policy on first reading, especially since it's going to be just a singular number change. It's not a material change other than process.
Right. Also, I'll add, we are talking about a special meeting next week, and it could come for first reading to that.
We could absolutely, if there's
That's
another
true.
meeting, we can have it in that meeting.
That's a good point.
Trustee Phillips, you okay?
I'm okay. If it's your motion, if you're fine with that,
I'm fine with that.
Yeah. So I'll move the I'll rescind my previous motion and move the 16 standard annual resolutions.
Got it. And Trustee Phillips, your second still stands? Thank you. Can we please take a vote?
Dawa, yes.
Yes.
Panis, yes.
Phillips, yes.
Hernandez-Jarvis, yes. Motion passes unanimously with Trustee Cuevas absent to approve resolutions 01 through 16, 2021, Board of Education annual resolutions for the 2020-2021 school year. Thank you. And so our plan now is to bring back board policy that says a different number that indicates a lower number for the threshold of contracts to come to the board. Thank you. And our last bold item is C13, board meeting dates for 2020-2021.
Thank you, President Hernandez-Jarvis. The year associated with the dates in the précis for January through June should be 2021, not 2020. Also, I'd suggest that we consider adjusting the June dates, because at our last meeting, we were told it was impossible for us to change the budget between the first meeting in June and the second meeting in June, because we broke a rule that would break a rule about a 10-day posting deadline. So I'd suggest we actually tinker with those dates, so in the future we have the ability to change the budget that's presented to us in the first meeting in June when the second meeting rolls around. Now, I have to confess, I don't recall exactly where that 10 days came in, but I'd like to adjust the dates so that if we want next June, we can make suggested changes to the budget of the first meeting in June, and then have those be implemented at the time we adopt the budget of the second meeting in June.
Okay,
Since we don't have the full board here, would you like us to just bring a couple of suggestions potentially to a coming meeting, since that's fairly far out, but we can explore ideas, see if there's any other conflicts, and share a few options for June 2021?
I would be fine with that.
Okay.
Okay, I'll move C13 as it stands then. Well, except the dates in the précis for January
Yes,
through June.
thank you for that. Thank you for that.
Thank you, Trustee Panas. Is there a second? I'll second that motion. Can we please take a vote?
Dawa, yes.
Lara, yes.
Panas, yes.
Phillips, yes.
Hernandez Jarvis, yes. Motion passes unanimously with Trustee Cuevas absent. Superintendent Duffy, that's the last item that we had, correct? That was pulled. Okay, and we're going to have item E2 and F8 come back to us at the next board meeting, and E2 at the next board meeting, and F8, I'm assuming so as well, but I will check with the agenda setting team, with the board clerk and Superintendent Duffy. And our last item is comments from the board. We have 5 minutes. So if we can start with Trustee Vasquez-Simola, and then Trustee Lara, Trustee Panas, Trustee Phillips, and then myself.
I just quickly want to say, to add up to what I said before, and to what Mr. Phillips was saying about how we could have this one designated teacher, what I had thought of, something that could be possible is creating, since right now we won't have sports, we'll have to make more clubs, right? Or like hopefully like have more clubs so kids have something that they're a part of, a little like family. And one of those could be a group where they do focus on problems such as this, so that instead of one student having to bring it to an adult, because that's kind of scary to, I think, to some people, they could bring it to a committee of students who then talk over it, and then who can then together bring it up to an adult. That way, it's, I don't know, I feel it's just stronger that way, and that way it's not just one student doing it, but then it's a bunch of students being like, we've gone over this, we've like checked every aspect of it, and we think this is racist, or this is just biased, and then hopefully that way the principal or whoever that they do tell takes it and does actually something with it. That's all I have.
Thank you, Trustee Vasquez-Simola. That's a great idea. You know, centering self-advocacy and peer advocacy. Thank you for that. And again, I think that we have to plan the actions to follow through with that. Thank you. Trustee Lara?
That was an awesome idea, Trustee Samala. Yeah, I love it. That's great. So I hope we do follow through on that. It just fits in great. And I have to say, I got to notice that my first grandchild is on her way. So I'm very excited about this. I'm going to take off now. Okay, bye-bye.
Congratulations. Good night.
Congratulations. Trustee Panas?
Congratulations on that, Trustee Lara, and I'd like to also thank Trustee Vasquez-Simola for his comments there. I just want one last time here thank our teachers and administrators and our food service staff, classified, all our volunteers for everything they did to make things work as we were fighting through the COVID situation while school was still open. We have lots of work to go ahead here. I'm hoping, you know, there's been some conversation about curricular flexibility. I'm hoping the board can have a discussion about that. I think there's some important questions that need to be discussed on that. I'd like to know that the citizens budget transparency tool has been broken for a long time. I'm hoping we can see that. President Hernandez-Jarvis, going back to your comment about the grading, actually, Dr. Allen and I participated in a 5-day equity leadership retreat at the county office, and this was an item that was discussed there, and we subsequently read the book, Grading for Equity, with Mr. Gonzalez from UTR, and then Ms. Allen actually led a module about grading for equity in her role at the University of California this spring, which was quite good. And I just can't help but think that that might be part of what we can bring to the conversation that you brought up here about looking at our grading. And one last thing, I've been attending the Standards Institute this week, and I was particularly struck by commentary around the dangers of making assumptions about certain learning that has or has not taken place since the shutdown, as well as ways to address the Common Core standards that were not taught in the spring. So those are my comments. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Trustee Panas. Trustee Phillips.
Thank you. I actually want to read a statement. On June 15th, 2020, the school board conducted the superintendent's annual performance evaluation. The evaluation had 5 possible scores: basic/novice, intermediate, proficient, advanced, and expert. The superintendent received an average score of intermediate. The superintendent's contract was not extended based on his averaged score. That means his contract will expire at the end of the 2020-21 school year. Under the circumstances, I believe the school board has the duty to start the superintendent search this fall. That should afford the next school board sufficient time to finish the superintendent search with community input in spring 2021. That concludes my comments for this evening.
Thank you, Trustee Phillips. And Trustee Cuevas is not here right now. She left a little earlier to take care of her wife, who was not feeling well. And I just want to say, you know, that to express my gratitude to everybody who has been engaging in a lot of hard work these past few weeks. I know it has not been easy, and especially to families who are supporting their kids at home, still trying to figure out how to support them academically, emotionally, and to parents also supporting their kids in extended school year learning activities and classes. Thank you to each of you. Please take care of yourselves and continue to advocate. You know, the work is always going to be urgent, but you also need to have your whole body, your whole mind taken care of. So please take care of yourself, continue to advocate, try not to get too exhausted or drained doing this work. And thank you to kids. And I just want to say that I'm excited about making sure that we get another student to join us as a trustee on the board, because I think that Trustee Vasquez-Simala is doing a lot of work, a lot of organizing, a lot of advocacy on top of, you know, being a kid and being available as a kid to other kids to be able to talk and just have that experience in high school. And so I think that we need to get someone else on board to join him, to join us too, so there can be that partnership, that peer advocacy piece, because we want to make sure that we do not burn him out. You know, these are very big issues we're talking about, and burnout is real, exhaustion is real, and we want to ensure that we extend our leaders, our youth leaders, as much as possible so that they are able to carry on this work and be able to also step away when they need to and have someone else take on that leadership role as well, and not have that exhaustion. Gracias. Yeah, thank you. So thank you, Trustee Vasquez-Simala. I'm looking forward to doing that work and connecting with you over next week and other trustees to see how we can support that, you know, to get somebody else on board also to be here. And then the reopening task force. So thank you, everybody. Have a safe day, and we'll see you next week. Thank you. Buenas noches. Good night.